Hi, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, wherever you may be watching from. Today, we are doing a full-on, let's make some dungeon synth kind of a day. Our goal is to essentially get something new if we already make this stuff, or learn how to do it if it's your first try. I am going to be doing this live stream in a little bit of a doing it for the video on demand kind of a way. So I will be a little bit less interactive on today's stream. We are going to be working in Reaper. We're going to be working with Sforzando, and we are going to be working with some of the Valhalla plugins. This isn't sponsored by anything, none of that stuff. I just think these are great free and affordable options for music production in general. And let's start by taking a look at what we were working with here. I am controlling Reaper from a keyboard, which is hooked up via MIDI to an audio interface. And the sounds that you're hearing are my voice in a microphone, which is this top track, and this strings is an instance of Sforzando, which is a great virtual instrument by Plogue. I'm going to start out by looking at these on the internet, so we can see where you can find these for yourself if you're following along. So this is where I'm starting, plogue.com/downloads. Sforzando is the plugin I'm using. I'm starting here instead of with Reaper because if you are following along from a different DAW like FL or Logic or GarageBand, you should be able to get this and install it on one of those. If you do not have a DAW or audio workstation yet, this is the one that I'm using. The download here is going to give you all the features that I'm accessing here. The program is not free, but the trial includes all of those features. So you're not going to miss out on anything. Valhalla makes some incredible delays, reverbs, and spatial effects. And I'm going to be using primarily Supermassive, which is free. But I might also use some of these other free ones, Space Modulator and Freak Echo. And finally, I'm using this sound font, the Super Nintendo General MIDI sound font. And I think these sounds are absolutely fantastic for that sort of like old school dungeon synth type of vibe. They remind me a lot of old like 90s keyboards. And running these through a reverb is going to give you all kinds of great sounds. So let's first take a look at how we can install these plugins into a software like Reaper. If you take your download of one of these, let's just download this again. Ooh, my face is over it. This one is going to download as an exe file. So you should be able to just run that and install it. It might have a problem finding it if you're running your DAW when you install it. I already went through the install, so I'm not going to show that portion of it. Next up, I downloaded this sound font. This is just the download button here. The cool thing about this plugin is that you should be able to just drag and drop that sound font onto this UI, and that will load it in. The trouble with it is that it's not very user-friendly when you're trying to find it. So I found these instruments in this menu here: Instrument, Converted, SF2, Super Nintendo, Unofficial Update, 000. And this is going to be my library of instrument sounds from this plugin. This Table Warp 2 is another sound library that comes with Sforzando, and it's more like a synth. And we'll probably use that a little bit, although I haven't prepared any tutorial on it. So if we wanted to add reverb to the sound, which sounds like this again, we would just add that below Sforzando in the plugin chain and type it in. So I'm going to put Valhalla Supermassive, which again is a free plugin, and that sounds like this. And that preset sound, I think, is really good, the first default. But if we wanted to change that, we can choose other presets here. And there's going to be all kinds of great ones. I'm going to change it right now to a medium reverb setting. And I'm going to choose swelling synth verb. Let's just hear that. So I think that sounds absolutely beautiful. All right. And with that being said, the next step for our Dungeon Synth release that we're going to make today is coming up with some kind of a name or a theme. And that's always kind of a problem to solve at any point in the process. I haven't saved this project yet, so I'm going to go ahead and save project as, and I'll save it in. I've got YouTube streams. Let's make a new folder here before I share what I've got here. New folder, Dungeon Synth stream. Okay, so here's my file path, and I'm going to go ahead and give the project some kind of a name. And let's name it the overwhelming catastrophe. I'm just picking words, the first words that come to mind that sound dark and mysterious for this album name or project name. I'm going to probably release this under Astral Cauldron, which is where I release the music that I make in my tutorials. But I think that this is actually as good a name as any for the actual project. And I like to come up with some type of a name before I start working, because it gives me ideas. Just having words in my mind gives me ideas for themes. And I recommend doing this essentially to your heart's content before starting. I know that I have done projects where you come up with a pseudonym for yourself, and you come up with a makeup look or an outfit that you would wear on stage or in your promotional shots. And all of that would come before even writing music, and all of it sort of inspires the music. So I think with a genre like Dungeon Synth, it's important to do that essentially to taste as much as you feel that it's going to help you be creative. With that, I think we can start coming up with musical ideas. So when we work with music in a DAW, verticality here is going to represent layers of instruments. So if I had a sound here and I had a sound below it and another sound below it again, anything that's overlapping is going to play at the same time. Left to right is going to represent time, which we can see in a timeline up here. Some DAWs are going to represent just a series of numbers, which represents bars and beats, which is a series of counts of usually 4 by default. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 would be bar 1 beats 1 through 4, followed by bar 2 beats 1 through 4. So that 2.1 up here that we see represents the second instance of 1. Below that, we see more familiar minutes and seconds. It's hours, minutes, and seconds here. But again, some DAWs have options to change between those features or represent one or more. I have some features that you will not notice if you're using Reaper that are not there by default. I have the big clock visible, which is in the view menu. And I like that to see how long I've been playing back my project. I have a bunch of custom buttons up here. If you like to use a feature all the time that you don't like memorizing the keyboard shortcut for or digging for in a menu, you can right click here and say customize toolbar. And you're going to find all sorts of great options for custom buttons with images for them. And you can really use any action you want. Shift question mark is going to open your action menu. That's also one of your menus at the top of the screen. And in here, you can actually search for stuff you want to do. So maybe if you wanted to record arm a track, you can have custom actions that do any of these things. So essentially toggle record arm for any track up to 99 you could have a button for that. You could use like even a stream deck or something like that to control these things. So you can get as creative as you want with it. You'll notice some of these say SWS, and these are a special extra download. I should have showed you that while I was going through here. Let's look at SWS Reaper actions. And these are free additional actions for Reaper. I recommend donating to them if you can afford to, because these make your user experience much better. And they're really easy to install. Anyway, that's your overall tutorial of what a DAW is. A DAW means DAW means digital audio workstation. So let's, I guess one more thing is that we see down here the tracks are represented in a mixer format. And I have the mixer style volume controls on my tracks up here, and that's also custom. That's one of the view options, and there's plenty of those in preferences, which is also searchable. So if you wanted to change other things, you can find stuff down here. Fantastic. Okay, let's start writing music. When we write music, we need to essentially have an idea of what it should sound like, or have an idea of what needs to change if we already have something. I think the second one of those is much easier to start with. So when I write music, I always start by picking a note. And I just will either record the note and keep going, or record the note and think about what happens next. So in this case, I'm going to start a recording, which in Reaper is Ctrl+R or Command+R if you're on a Mac, or this button down here, record. Also in this particular DAW, mousing over stuff will show you the keyboard action for it. So let's start a quick recording. And you'll see that it starts a new audio item up here, or MIDI item in this case. And if I play on the keyboard, you're going to see that represented up there. Okay, so now I've got a recording. If I double click on that, it's going to open that recording in my MIDI editor with a piano roll style view. So some of you may be more familiar with this. You can draw in extra notes or move notes around. Another thing that I'm going to do here is to remove the reverb temporarily. I like the way it sounds, but it's easier for me to write music if I hear the notes as they are unprocessed. I find that leads me to make better choices, more informed choices with my notes. So once we're in here, we can move things around. We can lock it onto the grid. If you don't want it to be on the grid, you can unsnap. That little magnet up here is going to let you move it wherever you want. Whereas with the magnet on, it's going to lock directly onto those bar lines and be in time. I find that when we are recording something and we're going to use multiple layers, it's helpful to have a metronome or a drum beat to play along with. And when we do that, we are going to be able to have some type of audio monitoring to hear ourselves playing in time. So I'm going to do this again with the metronome on. And the metronome can be toggled over here. It's this button. And you'll see mine says num enter. That's not default. I just like having a button on my keyboard that controls the metronome toggle. So let's turn that on. Another thing that we can use now that we have the metronome on it is the speed of the track. So right now, the track is set to 120, which is your default speed in beats per minute on most DAWs, including Reaper. 120 beats per minute means 120 beats every minute, which means twice as fast as a second. 60 BPM would be 1 second per beat. So I'm going to choose something a little bit slower than 120. I'll start with 106, and I'm just picking that number out of thin air. There's no purpose for that number exactly at this point. And I'm going to come back and start a recording again. The metronome will not monitor in the stream or the video, but know that I'm listening to it. I actually, you know what? Let's do insert, I think it's insert click source. Yeah, okay, I'm actually gonna put a metronome here on a track for now. That's in the insert menu to click source, and that's gonna make a metronome that will monitor for the stream. And it sounds like this, basically. I'm going to take this off in the future and know that I'm using a metronome in the background, even though you don't see it, so, or hear it. Okay. So I'll delete this click for now. And from this point on in the stream, you will be able to assume that I have something like that playing while I play along, which is why my notes end up being pretty close to being in time. This is actually a great practice tool. We can see that I have a tendency to rush a little bit, which means play a little before the beat. And if you find that your tendency is really, really bad and it's creating problems for your recording, we have an option called quantize, which is the Q button on the keyboard or this Q up here. And that gives us options to automatically align our notes to the beat or to the grid. And we can do that kind of on a sliding scale. I like quantizing to 100% when I'm writing music, and I prefer to not quantize at all if I'm recording a final product, because I want to essentially get a good human sounding take. Sometimes I'll do a partial quantization or a full quantization followed by another feature, which is humanize, which lets us take it back off the grid by a random amount, so we can change the amount. In this case, I'm going to quantize to 100% because I want to make sure everything lines up evenly. And in the interest of time, I don't want to retake parts over and over again until they sound good. So here's what the part sounds like now. And you'll notice now that it's locked pretty closely to the grid. Each bar line has a note lined up exactly with it. And they should sound like they're pretty well played rhythmically. Better than what I played initially. Okay. And that was a melody that I played sort of imagining myself playing in the key of C minor. And I think that if you aren't familiar with key signatures or with keyboarding, that would probably be something for another tutorial. I will say that a good starting point is to stick to just white keys, which is going to let you play in C major or A minor. And if you wanted to draw your notes in, there's this feature called key snap that most DAWs have, which lets us lock our notes to a key. So in this case, I'm playing in C minor, and I'm going to stick to C minor and choose C natural minor. These other ones are alternate versions of the minor scale that have differences in notes. They also sound really good, and I encourage you to experiment with them. But in this case, this should probably lock to C minor. And you'll notice that it automatically chose a different note when I moved it back. So let's, yeah, see, it'll go back to where I had it if I move the mouse up and down slightly. Okay, this seems like a pretty good idea to begin with. The next problem I have is that it sounds very barren by itself. We can do a few things about that. We can essentially add chords to it, which would look something like that. That's a pretty simple chord. And actually, if I look at this, you'll be able to see what notes I'm playing on the keyboard here, on the left-hand side of the MIDI editor. And I'm going to try a few things. Kind of okay. And one thing I'm doing here is I'm sticking to what's called a power chord. So if I look at the notes of the scale, you'll notice that because I have key snap on, the computer's automatically skipping certain notes. And once you have the key snap on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notes apart is going to create that power chord sound. And that sound is going to be really, really common in styles of heavy music and the influence of heavy music, like death metal and black metal on a genre like Dungeon Synth is going to inevitably cause that shape to get transferred from the electric guitars of those styles to the synthesizers of a style like this. And a chord progression that's really, really common in both heavy metal and Dungeon Synth is what's called a minor 1 chord to a 6 chord, which is called a 6 chord because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You'll see that that's labeled C4 and this is labeled C3. 1 octave means that it's essentially the same note vibrating at twice the frequency. So it sounds like the same thing but higher. And because of that, we count that as 1 again instead of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Down an octave is going to be a 6 chord and not a 1 negative 0 negative 1 chord or something else. You wouldn't call it that. You would call it a 6. And then a 7 chord is up again, counting from the root of the chord, which is the lowest note, back up to the root of the whole scale, which in this case is C minor. So what we can do here, if we wanted to, is to loop this section, starting from the left side of it. And I'm leaving out the silence at the beginning and the silence at the end, but I'm looping over this little piece of silence here because that's what we call a rest. That's a moment where there's no silence, but time's supposed to keep going. So where there's no note, rather, not no silence. There is a silence, but no note. And that's going to make us essentially stay in time. We can count along with it. And essentially, while playing this back, if I'm on repeat mode down here, which we can toggle with the R key or with the loop button, this will keep playing. And I can play along with it. Okay, so those chords I think sound really good with that melody. And if I record that, we'll run into an interesting problem, which is that if I hit record right now, you are going to overwrite it. And I think that by default, Reaper is going to be in a different record mode. If you go to the options menu at the top of the screen, you'll find that there's a record mode called tape mode. And I don't have that visible here. Shoot, I didn't think that through. But it's in options menu, new recording that overlaps existing media item, and I have tape mode selected. So that's going to overwrite stuff that I record. So what I need to do here is to change the mode in a right-click menu to record MIDI overdub. And that's going to let me record something that's going to get added to this instead of overlapping or replacing it. Another problem that I'm going to run into is that the recording is starting at the same time, and I need to give myself time to get ready. So I'm going to start the recording 4 beats early and use that metronome that, again, I'm hearing but you aren't, to count myself in. And you'll notice that I'm switching to my right hand to hit Ctrl+R because I want to use my left hand to play these parts. So I'm getting my hand ready, and I'm going to hit record. Okay, and let's listen back to that. And part of the reason you'll notice that I'm playing it back again is because the keyboard's quite loud on the microphone. So I want to make sure you can hear what I'm actually playing instead of what I'm playing plus the clunk of the microphone. I'm noticing that one of the problems I ran into here is that I played along with this looping twice instead of once. So what I can do with that is to Ctrl+Z and undo that recording. And what I can do is either slice here using the S key, or I can take this edge and drag it to the left. And that's going to give me space to make a new media item here. I'm also going to slice at the beginning here because I don't want to loop this silence. And then in this case, I can either hit Ctrl+D to duplicate and put that to the side of it. I can hit Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to do sort of standard copy paste. Or I can set loop item source to being active, which I have off by default, but you will have on by default. And now if I drag it, it's going to keep playing. I don't like this mode because I think this melody wants to change more. And ideally, I want to sort of learn it and play it myself. So I'm going to choose to use Ctrl+D. And now if I do that same MIDI overdub recording, I should be able to play it along with it twice. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that, but you'll notice that the MIDI overdub didn't quite work as I expected it to. And what I'm gonna do here, I see that it sort of made a little mark here and it tried to keep it on this other item. I can put these all back together by gluing them, and that's in the right-click menu here, glue items. I use Ctrl+Shift+G to do that, and that's gonna put them all into one item. And what I can do is find these things that glitched out on me and just drag them to the right and get roughly the performance that I actually did instead of the performance that that it recorded. If I hold Control, I can do this. And the marquee select that I'm doing actually here is a right click and drag. So that's different from left click and drag, which is going to give you a time selection or a new note. So, oh shoot. It's also going to remove a time selection if you hit escape. That's what I'm doing there. So, oh, shoot. What have I done? So right click and drag to marquee select, hold Control to drag and get the other one, zoom in using the scroll wheel, and then drag this out so that it lines up. And then again, if I grab all of this and hit Q, that's going to lock it onto the grid. Sometimes when you quantize, you'll have a mistake that's going to push it over an entire note value, and you can just fix that manually. Fantastic. Escape removes that window. Escape closes any window in Reaper. Save. And I'm going to just highlight this whole selection and play it on loop. And let's just take a moment to listen to it, and I'm going to check the chat and see if there's any questions or comments or concerns. Okay, I think I really like that. It's a good start. Hi, Percussion. Hi, Valitac. Good to see you both in here. Oops, I just did something. I hope I didn't break it. Let's see here. The 1 to 6 is yeah, it's such a good progression. It's a wonderful progression. That again is going to be really common in a lot of metal and dungeon synth. I sort of associate it as I think of it as like the Iron Maiden progression. It's like every single one of those electric guitar breaks in Iron Maiden songs is like minor 1, 6, 7, sometimes 5, but all kinds of things like that. All right. Oh, and Percussion also uses the sound font. Fantastic. I love some of the old Super Nintendo sound fonts. They just have the aesthetic that I always sort of want. Another thing that I want to do here is to just real quick see if I like it with this reverb setting. So I'm going to play it again with the reverb on. All right. So one thing that we're going to notice here is that the reverb creates sort of an overlap of the notes. It makes the notes feel like they last for such a long time that it's almost like if you're playing a piano and you leave your foot down on the sustain pedal, so all the notes bleed into each other. That can be really desirable sometimes, but in this case, I think it's a little bit too much. Mostly just because the notes bleeding into each other are as loud as the other ones. And usually we can control that with a control called mix on a reverb. This one makes it big in front and center here. So I'm just going to turn the mix down quite a bit from 50% to around 25%. Let's listen to that again. Still a lot, and feedback is how much of an echo there is. So I'm going to turn the feedback down a bit as well. Okay, I like that sound, and I think it sounds really solid. Next up, what we need to do is decide what other sounds we want. For a nice, like, robust track like this, I want more than just the strings. So I think I'm going to try to find a sound that contrasts with the strings. And when we work with synthesizers, I like to think of our sounds as being either pads, which are big layers of notes that last for a long time and don't have a strong sense of where they start or stop. I would categorize this particular string sound as a pad in this context. We have percussive sounds, which sound like drums. They can also sound like special effects sometimes, but explosions, drums, things that have a really, really loud start and die off quite fast. Then we have bass sounds, which are going to essentially stay out of the way of the high frequencies and fill in the bottom end of the song. Anything that's designed to sound like a bass or a bass guitar or something like that, along with stuff that occupies that same frequency range will categorize itself as that. We have lead sounds, which feel like melodies. You could use the strings as a lead sound, but it would be more about the way you use it. So something like that would make it sound a little bit more like a lead. And we have things that are, I usually call them like plucks. That would be something that's more like a piano or a harp. And I'm going to look in that same sound font. So if I click this FX tab, I can search for Sando and double click that to add it to the track. It's appearing off screen here. So I'll bring it on. And I'm going to, again, go into Instrument, where it says Empty, choose Converted, SF2, Super Nintendo Unofficial, and I'm going to look in here for something that sounds like, that looks like either a harp or a dulcimer might be cool. Celeste might be cool. Looking for instruments that have that sort of plucked type of a sound. Pizz strings. Pizz stands for pizzicato, which is when you pluck your violin or your cello without using the bow. So that's going to fall into the right category. Harp. Let's just use harp. Why not? Oh, that sounds fantastic. Perfect. Okay. And then once I have the harp on, I can record on the track, and that makes the keyboard play the sound. Yours won't do this by default. So let me just show you the difference if you are following along from home. Hi, TV land. Harp. It's good to name your tracks too, so you know what you're doing once you have like 500 of them. This tab here is going to let us take our input. Reaper by default takes input from input 1 mono, or from a stereo mic input if you're using like a laptop or something like that and you don't have an audio interface. So what we need is to take input from MIDI. All MIDI inputs, all channels is a good place to start. If you are using multiple MIDI controllers or other synthesizers, you start having to learn about these MIDI channels. That's way too complicated for this video. It's beyond the scope of anything we would ever need to do to make something in this genre, quite frankly. I have done that, and it's great if you're using like 5 hardware synths. If you have more synths than you have hands, that's when you need to worry about this. So all MIDI inputs, all channels is going to do fine for now. Let's see here. If you don't have a MIDI controller, in the view menu, there's something called the virtual MIDI keyboard, which lets us control the notes from here, clicking or playing notes on our actual typing keyboard. So see, I'm playing down here on my computer keyboard. So there's always some kind of a workaround if you don't have expensive equipment. I'm going to use this one because I bought it, and I think a lot of people following along are likely to have some kind of a MIDI controller. You can find a small MIDI controller for like $50, sometimes even on the free list on Facebook Marketplace. So good luck with that if you don't have one. Okay. So one thing that we're going to have a problem with here is that we want to play in the same key. I'm going to do a quick example of what it would sound like if we didn't play in the same key. If you recall earlier, I'm playing in what's called C minor, which involves using a couple of the black keys. And I said that if we play in A minor, that's going to use only the white keys. And I'm going to play something in A minor along with this other piece that's in C minor to show you what it sounds like when you have 2 different parts that are in different keys. And then I'll show you how you can fix it if you feel like you really messed up and you liked the parts by themselves, but they don't work together. So again, giving myself a 4-beat count in. I am hearing that monitored with a click in my ears. You're not hearing that, but assume that I have it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and that's what it sounds like when you don't play in the same key. I did my best to play something that I thought would probably sound good by itself, though, which is really challenging to do when you're listening to something in a different key. But let's see how I did. I'm going to take this instance of Valhalla Supermassive and drag and drop it onto the effects of the harp, which is going to place it below Sforzando on the effects chain of the harp track. A drag and drop of the entire effects thing will drag all of the effects onto the track that you're dragging to. So if you wanted to have 2 harps for some reason, you could do that. And now this track's going to be a harp with all those things too. So I am not going to do that. What I'm going to do now is turn the S for solo on the harp and listen to it and see if it sounds good by itself without the strings. And I think it sounds fine by itself. And the difference is that we have a lot of notes that are essentially clashing with each other. Both of these items here imply that we're playing in a standard minor key, which is a 7-note scale. And although some of the clashes could sound good in other contexts, we've sort of trained our ears by listening to a lot of music to think that some of these things don't sound good in this particular context. And the context that we're talking about here have implications that are caused by both cultural upbringing, like just having listened to lots of music, and by sometimes by physics. So there's certain intervals, which is a combination of 2 notes that have less of a clash in the length of the waveform, which makes them sound more consonant as opposed to dissonant, which is when you have, let me just show you dissonance compared to consonance. So I think that I think that sort of speaks for itself, an example like that. Okay, so I mentioned that this is in C minor and this is in A minor. We wanted our song to be in C minor, so let's go ahead and take this, grab all of it, this great idea that we thought sounded cool because we messed around on the keyboard, and down here in key snap, we have it set to C natural minor because that's what we set our key snap to. And if I drag a marquee around all of this and drag this up so it starts on a C, hopefully this is going to sound good because it's going to be roughly the same thing but in the key of C minor. And now I'm going to take the solo off and listen to both together. Okay, so I think that's about as clear as an example as I could think of for presenting a thing that sounds really bad and finding a quick way to make it sound good again. Especially when the badness is related to something intimidating like the key of the song, where if you haven't studied music at all, Western music, keyboard-centric music, you're going to essentially run into this problem where it's like, oh my God, how do I make something in the right key? Most DAWs are going to have a feature called Key Snap. If you're not using Reaper, look up something like FL Studio Key Snap or Logic Pro X Key Snap or GarageBand Key Snap, and you're probably going to find some kind of a feature that mirrors what I'm doing here. Another problem here is that the rhythm of it feels gross to me. And again, I'm going to right click and drag to drag a marquee around all the notes and hit Q for quantize. And let's just zoom in and see if there's any weird overlaps. I think I want this note to last all the way to the edge. And I'm just going to go through here. I am using a custom action actually to drag around touchscreen style. That I don't remember how I set up. It's in the actions menu and it's with the center click and drag. This is the equivalent of clicking and dragging on this bar down here. Or if you're on a Mac with a magic mouse, you can swipe left and right. Okay, so here's a problem. Right here, I played those notes too close to each other and they sort of ended up in the wrong spot. So I'm just going to drag them so they're not overlapping. And listen through the part again and see if it sounds good. While that's playing back, I'm going to check the chat. Wow, it's great to see chat like popping, even though I'm not interacting with you all. Hey, Dayweddy or Dayweddy, David, medieval ambient project called Hairdade or Hairdade, and your channel helped me through the first album. I was going to say thank you. Thanks a lot for coming by. That means a lot. Vitek says, Vitok, I think is how I say it, is saying Valhalla is a really good reverb, and they mean vintage verb. I haven't used vintage verb, but I really want to buy it. It's one of those things where it's like, ugh, shell out $50 for another reverb when I've got tons of great reverbs. I'm not sure if I'm going to buy it. I've heard it, and I love it, and I'm really, really tempted. I'll probably buy it eventually. But it's one of those things where I have a lot of other ones that do similar things. I have some really good plugins that I already bought that do roughly the same thing. The Valhalla plugins seem much more efficient, though. They don't have bloated UIs and graphics like the Waves vintage reverbs do. I have the Waves plates and Abbey Road rooms and stuff like that, and they have like beautiful photography of like high resolution controls for like make it look like it's in the studio. I assume that makes it take longer to load. Okay, and let's see, forgotten past. And everyone's searching each other on YouTube. Awesome. So okay, cool. It looks like there's no more outstanding questions. And here we are. Let's continue from here. I think this sounds really good so far. The next thing I'm going to do is to try and create a bass sound that I like. So again, I'm going to go ahead and name this track bass. We're going to add an instance of Sforzando to it. And we're going to look in converted. Let's see if there's a really cool, I think a church organs have really cool bass, right? No, I guess a fake church organ sounds like an 80s synthesizer when you play in the low end. So I'm going to pick something else. Okay, let's try. Okay, it's kind of cool. I'm going to drag transpose down 12, which is 1 octave. I said earlier that an octave is 7 notes. It's 7 notes in what's called a diatonic scale. It's 12 notes on the actual keyboard if you count every key, white and black keys. So I had this idea that maybe using a bass, a distortion guitar as a bass sound will sound really cool. Now, something that we can do here to save ourselves a lot of time is to identify an instrument that we have playing chords, like for example, this strings track that I have up here, and copy that. I'm holding Control or Command on a Mac, clicking and dragging to this new track, and now we have a copy of this item on this new track. If I double click on that, I can drag a marquee around the notes and basically just delete all but the lowest note in the arrangement. This is still going to be rather high for a bass. So the next thing I'm going to do is grab all of it and drag it down to a lower C. That one sounds really good. So I'm going to drag all these notes down to here. And let's see what that sounds like. I think it sounds pretty cool. It has a little bit more brightness than I would like. Brightness being sort of high frequency information, the stuff that makes a cymbal sound like a psh instead of like a. So to fix that, we're going to use a production technique that's pretty common called filtering. And I'm going to use an EQ for that. Every DAW is going to have an EQ. It's usually really easy to find. The only software I've used where the EQ was like, where on earth is it, is GarageBand. And when you click on a track in GarageBand, there's a button up here that it's like the one next to the scissors in GarageBand. And you click on that one and it changes your UI at the bottom of the screen and lets you have an option for an equalizer. So anyway, that's how you do it there. And everywhere else, it should be pretty simple. Again, just search, FL Studio EQ use, whatever it is. You should be able to find really easily a tutorial on YouTube for identifying that. My EQ is going to have this by default. You can see it says FCR default. We have all these options here, and we have this option here to save preset as default. If you find yourself always doing the same thing with an EQ, I recommend using that. 99% of the time I'm using an EQ, anything except for a bass or a kick drum, and sometimes even a bass or a kick drum, I am using what's called a high pass filter and taking out some low frequency. I'm going to solo the track and show you what this does and show you why I don't want it here. So it basically just takes out that deep low end that is essentially what makes this a bass sound. And I'm going to double click on that to bypass it and do the opposite here and turn on a filter on the other side, which is called a low pass filter or high cut filter. That's not going to be there by default either. If you wanted to make that, you choose the top band. In type, you select low pass. And I have 2 low pass filters. It doesn't matter because I'm only using 1. And I'm going to essentially remove some of that brightness. If I turn that off, you can hear it has that sort of, it almost sounds like an engine or a motor, a machine working. So there's the sound. I just want that to take up a low end and fill in the bottom of the chord. Take the solo off and let's listen to that again. Without the bass track, it sounds like that. With it. So it's adding a huge amount of body to the low frequency range of the song. That sounds good. I'm relatively satisfied with it. And then the last layer that I'm going to add here, and I am probably going to try to stick to only 4 things playing at a time, because I know a lot of people like to make Dungeon Synth on those 4-track cassette recorders, which is a really, really great way of making it. But when you do that, you get stuck with essentially only 4 things playing at a time unless you bounce them down. And there's a couple of ways to get past that. One of them is essentially taking your song and recording it to another tape recorder. So you have all of the song on one track, which forces you to commit to a mix, which is a great way of working. It forces you to practice, decisiveness. Another way is if you have 3 tracks, you can mix them all mono and mix those 3 tracks on the tape recorder to the last track, which is mixed mono on the other side. And you pan all of them to the left except for the new one, which is panned to the right, and you just keep layering it that way. So another approach we could do here if we wanted to replicate that is to stick with 3 tracks, record them all mono, and then essentially bounce them down to a 4th track. And you know what? I'm going to slice this off here and delete that. Let's actually do that real fast. I'm not going to continue that way with the project, but I'll show you what that ends up looking like. So if I have a 4th track here, I can record output and drag routing to all these tracks here. And I think this will just record it. Okay, and then you'd have this item, which you'd be able to drag over here, or theoretically, if you're using a tape recorder, you wouldn't be dragging it. You would be essentially just rewinding to the beginning of the tape. And then you'd have this track, which is the combination of all these things baked down into one track. In this case, it's showing up stereo because I forgot to change the setting, but forgive me, please. And then in here, what you would do is record on one of these tracks. You'd replace, bass with something like, I think I saw a suggestion for a timpani or a bass drum. And I think that would be a really good idea. And I think I will do that, actually. So thanks for that suggestion, Percussion. And it looks like you guys are busy trading mixtapes. Amazing. I love it. Cool. And Visions of Mortality says hi. Good to see you here, too. And Valtac is in France. Fantastic. Welcome to my little studio in California. Anyway, now that I've done this, I'm like really tempted to do the whole project like this, and essentially treat it like tape loops, sort of like extra challenging. But I'm not going to do that until I make a more complete arrangement. And what I can do is come back and do it this way. I can always come back. So make a new track here, which is Control-T or Command-T on a Mac, or a double click down here, or track menu, new track. There's all kinds of ways of doing it. One of the reasons that I actually stayed in Reaper instead of, I've used most DAWs at some point. I got started in Pro Tools, and the big thing that made me switch from Pro Tools to Reaper is that Reaper's tracks are modular. So this can be a MIDI track or an audio track, any kind of track, a bus or a send or all that good stuff. And you don't have to decide, like I can decide this bass track is going to be have audio in part of it and MIDI in part of it, which is a really, really great luxury to have. So you don't need to worry about making like an aux track or a master track or anything like that in this program. Right, so this one's going to be drum. Again, I'm just going to use Sforzando for all these. I think these sounds are great. And they're free. This is one of my favorite suggestions for, you know, free VSTs for making like anything from like Dungeon Synth to like old school video game soundtrack type stuff. Timpani, let's pick timpani. Oh yeah, that sounds awesome. Fantastic. Okay, so a timpani is a, it's kind of like imagine a big bass drum, but imagine if that drum had a pitch, like it was a bass instrument. So the notes that you choose with the timpani actually do matter. If I record arm this, you can hear that. Kind of play melodies on it. So it's a really silly sounding instrument when you play high notes, but here we are playing low notes. So one thing that we want to do with a timpani that we have to be careful of is that it's not really like a drum beat kind of a drum. It's more of an accent drum. You could use it for a drum beat, but I think it's just better to use for accents. We associate it with that kind of a sound in an orchestra. Okay, let's go ahead and record. I'm going to hit accents on beat 1. And I'm going to also choose some spot before the next beat 1 to have an accent as well. And I'm going to make sure these line up with the notes in the bass. I guess I did become myself an accountant, like I've been saying. Okay, there we go. Nice little drum beat. I'll play it by itself so you can hear it. Not very great by itself. One of the other things that's really interesting about the timpani is that most of us have never heard a timpani in a dead room. Dead being no echoes or reflections. So in audio, we usually refer to something sounding really live as being like what you think of when you shout in a church and you can hear the echoes for a very long time. And dead being more like when you have a closet that has way too many pieces of clothing in it, and you close the door and you shout at the clothing and you hear no echo at all. That's a really dead sounding space. So this timpani sounds very dead. And that's largely because we are used to hearing timpanis in concert halls for orchestras. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of a recording of a timpani that wasn't recorded in a giant wooden room, which is going to make it echo a lot. So this is going to need reverb more than almost everything else. And I'm going to put that Valhalla Supermassive on there. And I'm going to choose another preset. Let's choose medium. Let's choose just a preset. Let's see what it sounds like. And again, I'm going to solo the track and hear it. Oh, it's it. I picked the delay preset, I think. Maybe I didn't. There we go. Okay. So another feature that this echo has that I think is really useful is an EQ, which is, again, very similar to the EQ we see here, except in this case, the EQ only affects the feedback of the echo or reverb. So we can essentially turn down the high frequency of this echo to make it less bright sounding. And that placement right there, a very, very aggressive EQ, makes it sound more like what I think of a timpani as sounding like to me. So I'm going to leave it in that setting for now. Okay, I think that sounds pretty good. One problem that I'm identifying here is a really, really common problem in music production, which is that we'll find that certain low drums will compete for your attention with the bass. Notice that, like, if I take the bass off, it's really easy to hear the timpani. And with the bass on, it's almost like, where did the timpani go? There's a lot of great solutions for this. And the easiest one is just the arrangement. It's not having these sounds play at the same time, or if they are, not relying on hearing the details of both of them. And the arrangement is what I want to do next here. First of all, I'm going to do the same thing here and quantize this so that it's lining up on the grid. You'll notice that I'm not putting much attention into the length of the notes here. And that's because drum sounds are going to last as long as they last generally. I know that there's definitely a piece of me that wants to do this. Oops. To each one of these. And, I'm going to do it just because it's probably going to visually bother some of the people that are watching. And it used to bother me until I forced myself to not pay attention to it, just because I would spend all of my time making everything look perfect. But that wouldn't affect the sound. So the next step here is what we call arranging. And that's going to be, I'm going to slice all of these items so that they are all the same length. And I'm going to build a track out of them. So I'm going to essentially use the Ctrl+D function to create a loop of each of these items and make each one happen 4 times. And I'm going to delete all of these first ones. And I'm going to delete the bass in that second one. And what we're doing here is essentially working towards having the song build up in some meaningful way. So at this point, on the third repeat, we have all of those parts playing the same way we just heard them. But until that point, we are getting to experience them on their own, or as a sort of cascading layer. So I'm going to play these back and check on the chat. Visions of morality, or visions of mortality rather, is asking if this is when sidechaining comes into play. And the answer to that is yes. Arranging is a better alternative to sidechaining. And I'll show you an example of how we can make that work. But in some situations, we really want that sidechain sound. So I'll do it both ways for this tutorial, just because I think it's going to be a personal preference thing. Yeah, Percussion is saying, but I'm going to sidechain timpani from the bass. Yep. Okay. I see a lot of questions about the sidechaining, so we will do it that way for now. And I'll do a really extreme setting to make it very clear what's happening. So the idea of sidechain compression is that, well, we haven't even talked about compression yet, have we? So a compressor is basically going to take a sound, and it's going to identify the volume of it going in. And then it's going to say, if it gets beyond that volume, it's going to turn it down by a specific ratio. Whoops, I just deleted it by accident. You'll notice that if you are using the same program as me and you open an instance of recomp your default settings will be different than mine. Again, I have a default setting that I like. This is much closer to where I end up when I use a compressor than the standard default, which is this. The standard factory default won't actually affect the sound really. It doesn't have a ratio or anything like that. So change it back over here. Right here is what we're talking about in the chat is detect your input. The detect your input is where the signal for the compressor is read from. In this case, the default setting for any compressor is going to be to read it from itself. So it's taking the signal from this bass and it's deciding how much to turn it down from there. Once it gets past this point, it'll start turning it down. So basically, that meter here is showing us how loud the track is, and this control is where we drag it down to where the compressor starts doing work. So what we can do here is we can take input from something else instead of from the main input. And what that does is it's going to let us turn this track down based on the volume of something else, a different track. And in this case, what people are suggesting in the chat is to take the input from the drum. So in Reaper, to do that, we can drag from this route control onto the compressor. And that's going to create a new audio channel. You can see audio 1, 2, 3, 4. We could make more audio channels if we wanted and get very complicated with this, but we're not going to. And we change our detector input from main inputs to auxiliary inputs. And by default, auxiliary inputs are going to be that 3, 4. And now you'll see this meter, instead of reading that constant volume of the bass, is reading the temporary volume of the timpani. And now if I drag this down below where that volume is showing, it's going to turn the bass down based on the volume of the timpani. I'm going to solo these two tracks right now so we can hear that. And if I do it really extreme, you can hear it fades back in over time. So sort of a lazy way of turning something down periodically so something else has space to work. Let's turn it back up and try to find a spot where they work together. A little bit less. Cool. Without it. Sounds pretty good. I'm going to just leave it like that for now. And I'll show you one other thing that I like doing when I'm working with a deep bass and a deep drum. So I'll take the drum and I'll add an effect, an equalizer. And this might seem weird with a really deep drum like that, but I'm actually going to take a ton of low end out of it. And what this does is essentially lets me focus on the part of the sound that I care about. You might have noticed if you're really paying close attention that this sounds really weird. One thing that I didn't do is in this send, I accidentally sent MIDI also. So I'm having this sequence trigger the bass sound and the drum sound. I don't want that. So I'm going to turn the MIDI send off. My bad. Okay, let's listen to this without the bass. So, without the EQ. You hear all that depth is gone, but it still sounds like a timpani. And that's what the power we have with this filter here. It's going to sound extra good once we get to this point. And another thing we can do is essentially turn that filter on once the bass comes in. So we have that depth here, but we don't here. And what that does is it's going to trick your listener. Essentially, we're creating an auditory illusion where we're like, this is what this sounds like. And now you're still hearing it, but you're not going to notice that it doesn't sound the same because those frequencies are being taken up by a different instrument now. So to do that, what we need to do is essentially turn that filter on and off. And we do that in this section here called trim. That's track envelopes and automation. Many DAWs are going to call that something else. It's going to be called automation. It's going to be called something that you have to turn on in the plugin itself. Maybe there's a parameter control. So in this case, we do it by clicking trim. Now this looks horrifying, nightmarish, right? I think that this is the biggest flaw in Reaper, but it's also the biggest asset of Reaper. Reaper is too customizable for to be accessible to a beginner in most situations. All you need to know in this whole menu here is that clicking this button, show last touched FX parameters only, is going to show us only the ones we were using. And what we want is re-EQ, frequency, high pass. That's it. And now this track here is going to control that band 1. So what we can do is essentially hold control and click little nodes into this what do you call it, lane. And we can, click another node in and drag one side of it up or down. So now this is off and then it turns on really quickly. So now we have all that beautiful low end in the timpani. And then it goes away in time for the bass to enter. And I don't even really notice that. This is like one of those auditory illusions. When you do an auditory illusion, you want to make sure it's good enough to trick your own ears because you can see it. You know it's happening. Your listener doesn't get to see this usually. But essentially, if you can trick yourself when you know it's there, you can definitely trick them when they don't know it's there. So that's going to be our other really good workaround for creating space for this stuff. I also happen to think the bass is a little bit too loud, so we'll do a little bit of pre-mixing here. Down here in the bass control, we can drag this up and down to turn the volume up and down. If we hold control on a PC, command on a Mac, the knob will go a little bit slower and it's going to be easier to fine tune. If we are going to be meticulous and we want this to be like, you know, -6 instead of -6.04, you can right click on it and type the value in, -6 decibels. So I didn't do that based on anything, and I'm actually going to undo it by double clicking. And I'm going to do it again while I'm listening. Mute. So I just want a little bit of that bass, and I want a lot more of everything else. I think that sounds pretty good now. All right, let's listen to the arrangement so far, starting from the beginning and letting the track build. This is a piece of music production that I think is like enormously underappreciated and undervalued on educational streams and tutorials. So part of the reason I'm doing this is because most music production tutorials I've seen on the internet do not do this. And there's a great reason for it. It takes an enormous amount of time out of the stream or the video, and you lose viewers and you lose listeners for it. So if you're watching the video on demand and you don't want this part, just skip past it. If you're in the chat, I'll interact with you for the next 1 minute and 14 seconds or so, because we're going to listen to the whole thing and decide how it sounds over time. This is the most important part of writing a song or writing a piece of music, is knowing what it actually sounds like from front to back. And this part usually gets sped up or edited out of the longer tutorials because it just takes forever. I would say that probably about half of writing a good song is listening to it as you go. And you know, taking a 4-hour tutorial and making it 8 hours because you were listening to the song a lot is, I can see why that's unappealing to most YouTubers. Anyway, play and say hello to chat. Yeah, so Percussion's saying that a lot of times the really bassy kicks will make the bass sound really muddy. And again, you can just filter out the low end from your kick. Kicks don't really need low end. They do in some genres, but they don't in other genres. A great example actually of a genre where the kicks generally don't have low end is metal. Metal kicks are really like tinny and weird sounding. And if you actually like listen to the tracks, you'll notice that like the kick drum sounds like it takes up less space than the snare drum. And that's because if you have really bassy kicks, the fast double kick patterns will get lost. And you hear demos and older recordings, sometimes they'll have this really meaty low end in the kick that I think actually sounds really good. But it makes the whole track sound muddy and like a demo and low budget, which I enjoy personally, but whatever. Anyway, the kicks don't need to take that low end in that style because usually the guitars have an enormous amount of low end. And if there's also a bass guitar, that's, you know, just overwhelming. So the kicks need to stick out some other way. Let's see here. What else do we have? Gnarly Coyote, hi. Just about finished DS project and you're ready to print J cards and record the tapes. Awesome. And you use SK1 instruments that I made on it. Awesome. That's so cool. I'm stoked to hear it. I really like a lot of those sounds that I made. I still use a lot of them myself. And I initially did those as an experiment, but I'm glad to see that someone else is using them. Cool. Okay. And Percussion's responding, yeah. But sometimes it's just like, you know, the demo sounds cooler than the final product. Like some genres really benefit from like low production value. Just like the live rawness of it sounds really good. So anyway, I think this sounds really good so far. I'm happy with it. I kind of want the drum to be louder, but it's already kind of loud. So I think what I'm going to do is actually just turn everything else down. To do that, I'm going to click on the first track, strings, hold shift, and click on the third track to highlight all of them, kind of like you would do in a word processor. And I'm going to just drag the volume of these down by a few decibels. Let's go down about that much and see what that feels like. Okay, at this point, I think I'm ready for a new part in the song. This becomes a composition tutorial in a lot of ways. So I'm gonna save my project. I do that all the time, even though I have autosave on. I think it's a great habit to be in, saving and backing stuff up. You have, I mean, I'm sure people that make music have all kinds of ideas of how many projects I've lost that way. I've been doing this for a long time now, and I still periodically lose projects to, you know, getting too into it, not saving, or something crashes, the power goes out in the neighborhood, all kinds of things can happen. Save often, save early, save often. Learned that from save scumming in CRPGs in the 90s. People are often surprised at how old I am. So how do we make a new part for a song? This loop sounds really good. I'm getting tired of hearing it. I'll probably want it to come back. One thing that we can do is essentially stay in the same key. That's going to be a really helpful tool to make something that sounds like it goes with the previous parts of the song. Another tool is to just do anything and click and drag it in that key snap mode I showed you earlier. I think that's a really great way of doing it if you're just starting out and you don't play keyboards yet. Sometimes, you know, you turn on a patch and you come up with something that sounds really good to you. So I think that what I want to do is take that style of approach and just play something and pretend like it sounds good. This takes a little bit of practice to do. Weirdly, since it's a very low skill bar, the skill here is to learn to consistently tolerate yourself doing a bad job. That probably sounds weird, and I'll do my best to explain this as I go. I'm going to turn on a setting up here that's custom called toggle pre-roll on off. If you are in default Reaper, you can right click on the metronome and enable pre-roll. So pre-roll, it means that it's going to start playing the song before it starts recording. And right now it is set to do that for 2 measures, which if I zoom in here is this long. So with my playhead here, the song should start playing from here and then start recording when it reaches this point. The reason I'm doing this now, instead of the way I did it before, where I just started the song 4 beats early, I'm actually going to delete these little blank spaces now, is because I don't want to overwrite this last little piece here. This section wouldn't play back if I just started the recording here. And I want to hear that play back so I can get in character, get in the mood for the next thing that happens or the next thing that I make up. And because of that, I'm turning that pre-roll mode on. I'm also going to turn my metronome back on here so I can hear it in my ears. Again, there's always been a metronome playing in my ears when I'm recording this whole time. It's super, super useful. Even if you're doing it on a tape machine, you can always leave your metronome on, and you can even leave one of your tracks on your 4-track as a metronome and delete that track later or record over it. That's actually a great way. If you do a 3-track and 1-track, you could record a metronome for like 5 minutes on one of the tracks, pan it to the right, record your song on the other 3 tracks, pan to the left, then bounce those down and record over the metronome track on the right. So now you have 1 track of all 3 tracks combined, like baked down, and then pan the other 3 tracks to the left. Now you have the right track that doesn't have a metronome, but it's all played in time. So now you can play along with that song and you're going to be good to go. That's a really, really fun tactic, I think. All right, let's see if this works. So like I said, it should start playback from here, even though my playhead is here. And the recording should start once the playhead reaches the point where I have it set to. And I'm going to just start playing ideas, little gestures, little melodic shapes, and see if I can come up with something that I like. And once I do that, I have that key snap feature, so I can drag it and see what it would sound like if I only used notes that were in the key that I'm in. So let's go. 2, 3, 4. I will say that there's one other piece of like metagame information I'm working with here, which is that I want the phrases to be of consistent length. So I'm choosing to make each phrase, musical phrase, last for 4 bars. So you'll see that I have these pauses at the end of each 4 bars, and that's going to make it sound musical. And that's something I didn't mention until right now. Another piece of cheating. You study songs that you like and develop a sense of what they sound like, and it helps you cheat. So I'm going to double click on this, drag a marquee around it. Again, right click and drag in Reaper. Usually it's left click and drag in other DAWs. And I'm going to make sure that I have key snap on again. Set it to C natural minor, and I'm going to quantize. so the rhythm locks onto the grid. And then I'm going to just drag this around. Once you drag it a little bit, it'll end up locking to the key, and we can listen to it. Let's just see if it sounds decent. I'm going to turn my pre-roll off, and let's find out. Maybe it's good. And Shane is here. Hi, Shane. This nerd is live. Okay, so I'm not a huge fan of that, but again, this is essentially generative music. I didn't write that. And I think that's a really important thing to recognize here, is that like, I came up with the idea that like, it would be like a couple of quick notes going up and then there would be some long notes. But I didn't put them in that key, and the key snap actually changes the distance between the notes, so it ends up sounding quite different. I could run with this and keep working with it, but because I'm not super happy with it, I think I'm going to start again. But I want to point that out because like, I don't know how to write music is becoming less and less of a valid excuse to not make music. You can come up with a production style that you like or sounds that you like. Like, I think identifying this string with the reverb sounds cool, this harp sounds cool, whatever else I've got here. Like, I like the sounds of it. And if I didn't know how to make a melody sound the way I wanted, I could get it to sound good enough or come up with the shape of the melody roughly and then have it lock into the notes that, that I might want. And I think that that's really just important to point out. And it's important to try it and see like what value you can get from that, even if you are making your own music and writing your own songs. Because, you know, from my perspective, this essentially invalidates the concept of writer's block. Like, you don't get to say I have writer's block anymore, because if you need an idea, there's an idea, and you can, you know, make it sound cool. Here, put it on the bass. That sounds like that one song. I think it's like a Christmas song. Yeah, and Shane is commenting on how music is awful, which, you know, it's a great argument for that. I think it's a lot to debate on the concept of music being awful. I agree mostly. Anyway, what we can do next is come in here and look at this essentially generated melody based on the shapes that I inputted on the keyboard, and come up with what we like and dislike about it, and use that to inform our next decision. So I like this idea. And I kind of like this thing a little bit, but not that much. So what I want to do here is just delete that and give it another go. Turn my pre-roll back on and go ahead and go into record mode and start playing. This time I'm going to try to play sort of in the same key, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Okay, I liked that more overall. I did one note that was outside of my key snap, and it's one of those notes that I think could work, but in the interest of keeping this tutorial sort of user-friendly, I am going to quantize and key snap it out. It's right over here. Whoops. Where are you? Okay. Now it's key snapped. I'm going to check for those overlaps. And there aren't any. And now this is going to be a lot closer to what I actually played. Okay, that sounds pretty good to me. That note is not in the key of C minor. So I'm going to change it. I'm not sure why the key snap isn't grabbing that. But that was the note I was talking about, and I was expecting it to change. So it does something really cool that I like doing, but I'm not going to do it. It's you know, make the 2-hour video into a 4-hour video, that level of stuff. So next up, what I want here is to make this the focus now, and I'm going to make the strings still play chords accompanying it. And I am going to figure out what chords I like by looping this idea here. So we can see when you click and drag this in that little yellow spot, you can see the length. So I'm making it, again, 8 bars long. And this one here, I'm going to actually cut off that last note. I held the key down for quite a long time. And now while I play it back, I'm going to play chords on the strings and see what they sound like. Well, I should have recorded that. I'm not sure if I'll remember it exactly, but I really like that progression. Again, I'm only using those power chord shapes. And one thing I want to point out, if we are looking at the keyboard, if you're looking at my left hand here, is that this one here doesn't match up with that shape. You kind of need one of the black keys for that one. If you're using power chords. So there's certain places on the keyboard where your power chord is a white key and a black key. And that's, again, related to the distance between the notes. And your key snap will clean that right up if you're correcting it later. But I do want to point that out because I know that was a thing that didn't make sense to me, is that this shape is very different sounding than the same shape. And that's just because of the distance between the notes. So let's go back to reefer mode, and let me do a quick recording. I'm starting on the 3 chord, so 1, 2, 3. And I need my pre-roll on. Okay, roughly the same as what I had. And again, trimming it, just doing a quick, make sure I'm only grabbing these for the quantize. And it looks like all the overlaps are gone. Fantastic. Okay. Let's go ahead and have a listen to this. Well, actually, I'll do the same thing. I'll add this bass part again. So same way, separate S, hold Control, Command on a Mac, drag down. And I'm going to create the bass line the same way. So deleting the top notes, grabbing all of these, and finding this. I'm not starting on a C this time, so we can't just drag to the next C over here. But in the top left corner of this, it's going to show you what note you're on. So if you click and hold here, it says E, that lowercase b means flat in music, E flat 3. So I want E flat 2. Okay. And that should be roughly in the same register as the other bass. Yeah. Looks like it's sort of taking up the same space. Okay. Let's hear that as a transition from this part. Okay. I imagine this melody going up more. So again, S to separate works here too. I want that, I think. Yeah, I like that more. Fantastic. I think it sounds good enough. I like it. I'm going to do one more little production trick here. If you're working with MIDI, this works great. If you're working on a keyboard, it's a little bit trickier. It takes a little bit more skill. Still very doable, but usually involves using your sustain pedal on your piano keyboard. Which is if I show you that real fast, if I take my hands off of it, it's still going because I have the pedal down. So that's sort of the workaround if you wanted to do this in like a live recording, like sort of like the real thing instead of just dragging and dropping your notes around. I think that there's something to be said for doing it both ways. And I like writing music that I can't play. So I do it this way. Double clicking on this heart part. What I want to do here, because I want this to be the main melody, I want to make this feel like plucking the melody with 2 fingers on the heart. And to do that, I'm going to grab all of these notes and I'm going to hold Control, Command on a Mac, and copy this whole thing up. I'm turning off key snap to make sure that I don't get anything weird happening because I want it to be exactly the same. So D is my starting note. Again, that shows up here when I moused over it. And holding that down, dragging that up. And now we have everything happening in octaves. So every note is doubled an octave up. And that sounds like this. Okay, I think it sounds pretty cool. But again, I want it to have a little bit more of that plucked feel. And so I'm going to use something, in some situations you could call this arpeggiation, and in some situations you would call it a flam. So on a drum, when you hit a drum with 2 hands and they're offset from each other, that becomes what's called a flam. It's a really cool sound. It makes things a little bit more rhythmically interesting and kind of creates an accent. And to do that in a MIDI editor, what we can do is turn off our grid snap and just take one of them and drag it over a little bit. That's not working because of the length of the item. So I actually have to just shorten this one a little bit. And then grab all of this stuff. And now I should be able to drag it over by a tiny bit. Oh God. And now these are going to not be at the same time, and they're going to sound a little bit more fun. Maybe I could do more than that. It's a very, very subtle change, but I prefer it strongly, so that's what I'm doing there. All right. And what do we have here? I am going to have the timpani continue to just play the notes of the bass. I think that was the note, right? E flat, yep. And I'll just shorten these all. Something like that. That should be fine. Okay, and next step, as always, is to just listen in context. I'm not going to go back to the beginning right now, but I will listen from the beginning of an instance of the loop that we're working with. So let's just have a listen to that, and I'll catch up on chat. Yeah, Shane has a lot of funny points, and I really like all of Shane's points. It was good to see you in here. I assume you're gone at this point. That transition felt pretty good. I think that sounds great. And Percussion says advice from Andrew Wong for making new sections: keep something the same and change something. Yeah, absolutely great advice. I am keeping the key the same. I'm keeping the tempo the same. I'm keeping the instrumentation the same. The usage of these instruments, I am noticing that I want this little thing happening again, the timpani thing. So I'm going to bring that back in, I think. I'm also using a lot of the same chords. This is basically only one new chord. Every other chord has been used. Ooh, two new chords actually. But I'm still using that one chord and the sixth chord, and trying to keep it feeling relatively similar. So what I want is this thing. And I actually like putting that in the same place rhythmically. So we can see that that is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars in. So let's go ahead and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right here, this note in the timpani, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is going to get that. Let's just hear that in context. I'm actually going to do it again here. And loop it. And again, I want to hear it with this new stuff from the part before. Using M to make a marker here to show where the song changes. I like it a lot. And now that we have these two separate sections, we can really start to flesh out our arrangement. And I'm actually going to delete that marker. An Alt click, or I think it's Option click on a Mac. We'll do that. And I'm going to make a marker at the beginning of the song and another marker at the place where the part changes. So when I zoom out quite a bit, we can see what's going on here. I want this to happen next. I have this idea that if this comes back without the drums or the bass or the timpani, that might sound really good. Also, that's the first time this has happened. It's only ever happened like that with the timpani. So I want to hear that and see how that feels as a transition here. Okay, and another thing that works really, really well this is actually like a pop music technique, which is sort of a weird comparison to make when we're writing such a different style of music. But one of my favorite songwriting tools is to find a place in the song where one of the main melodies works really well alongside one of the other main melodies. So essentially, in this case, that would be taking this or that top melody in the strings and finding a way to attach it to maybe these chords or one of these other melodies. So I want to just hear what that sounds like as an experiment real fast. And I'm going to take this part from the beginning of the song and this part from the other part of the song and just see what those sound like together. And I think they actually sound really, really strong together. So in this case, we got lucky. I didn't plan that out. And usually you'd have to go in here and, you know, change a few notes around to make that actually work. And you get it to the point where it's close enough that you trick your listener into thinking it's exactly the same when it's not exactly the same. But in this case, actually, the literal copy paste sounds, I think, better than this personally. And that's that doesn't mean I'm going to go back and change it so that it doesn't happen. It always happens this way. I think that is like almost like a payoff. Like if you listen to the song for 2 minutes, you get rewarded by like, here's this new part that's even cooler. So I'm very tempted to have it happen just like this, where it's like a continuation. And then we are changing from this being our standard to this being our standard. And maybe this is going to lead into a part with drums and bass that combine those two melodies. And that's how our song sort of gradually ends. To see if that works, we're going to have to listen to it from the beginning. And again, if you are watching this live and you don't really want to deal with tutorials that have long parts and you can't skip this, I'm not even sorry. Like that's just like, I'm doing it that way, like I said before, because most tutorials just skip around those parts. And I think it's very, very important to actually listen to your song that you're working on. So here it is. Percussion's asking random question, but what type of videos and streams are my favorite to make? I know you care a lot about your audience, about what your audience wants, but what brings you the most joy to do, or your favorite subject for videos? It's a good question. I think that my favorite subject for videos is like extended arrangement, like orchestral music, like hybrid score with synths and orchestral music, so like hardware and everything. But those are actually frustrating videos to, even though that's my favorite subject for the videos, it's they're much more frustrating to make because I get stressed out on streams and videos by load time. And a lot of those plugins some of them take minutes to load the sample libraries. So I have a project I'm working on right now that I want to work on stream, but I know I will get very frustrated by it because some of the stuff in there takes literal minutes to load. I think that this type of dungeon synth is a really happy medium between that style and something that's not stressful at all to make. Because a lot of this stuff is like sort of like low budget sounds and like low CPU impact plugins. So my system rarely crashes when I do it. And I still think it sounds really good and it's fun to write. So this is definitely one of the styles that I like making on. This is probably my favorite style for streams. For actual videos, it depends on how motivated I am to actually edit stuff together. I like talking about hardware synths too, but I don't know who likes listening to that. I feel like I'm like not 100% happy with this structure so far, but I'm not unhappy with it, so I'm going to keep it going. And I think right there, I want some kind of a timpani entrance. So let's just play that. Right here. Kind of a funny thing to record. I should have started that recording much later. And that's where we're entering with more stuff. Okay, cool. I am relatively happy with that. And right there is where this is going to take over as the primary feature of the song, I think. And because we're using this chord progression, we're going to use that bass line from the beginning. And we are going to use the timpani from the beginning as well. But I want to expand on the part and have this bum, 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 bum thing happen following the notes of this chord. Okay, I like that. And let's loop that. Okay, and on the loop here, I think what I want to do is get rid of the melody on the top here. And replace it with the melody of the harp. So I'm copying that with Command C or Control C, and I'm going to try pasting it here. Oh, it starts on the second beat. Okay, and this is going to sound very, very different. Let's make it a surprise. I'm going to listen to it in context for the first time and see if I like the idea of it getting very, very different right there. It's going to be a huge increase in energy. So starting from this this bridge section, I guess, to what I hope becomes the outro. And Percussion says, I'd love to hear you talk about hardware synths. Okay, well, say no more. Even one person saying that they're down for that means that I'll probably make at least one video on it and see if people comment on it. Okay, here's our entrance, the big entrance. Not done with this yet. Play it again. Play it again in octaves. Yeah, loving it. I think it sounds really good. I am pleasantly surprised by that in the strings. I think it sounds great. And I see in the chat that Percussion is suggesting adding a gong or an impact, and I want to. I'm not going to do it yet because I'm going to do that in a different piece of this video. And I'm going to do some sound design and some other things in here to sort of spice my track up once it's once I feel like the structure of it's done. And I'm going to do that in sort of the tape recorder style way, where I'm going to commit to the track before adding more stuff to it. Because right now I'm maxing out at 4 tracks, and once I have those 4 tracks, I'm going to come back and do some sound design with the mix down. And I think that's like a really good way of working on this type of music, because it not only does it force you to make decisions, which is helpful for creativity, but it also forces us into that like demo style, which I think is really satisfying and good in this genre. So I'm going to treat this like it's a 4-track, and I know 4 tracks, whatever. I already used all 4. Pretend like I have a second machine and I can just record them onto the second machine. And if we wanted to, we can put like a tape sim on it. I don't have a free tape sim, so if anyone has a suggestion for a good free tape sim, let me know. Anyway, I think this sounds really good, and I want to have this, actually, you know what? Delete that and just the strings by itself. Sounds great. Okay, that's pretty cool. I actually want the harp to continue, and I want the harp to do something really different and cool here that accompanies or ornaments the strings. Some kind of like a arpeggiation thing. We could do that with an arpeggiator. I'm not going to do that because that's very DAW specific, and I don't think... I feel like a lot of people are using something like FL to do this, so I'm not going to go into the nuts and bolts of Reaper and make it happen that way. I'll just continue the same way I've been doing it. So again, the pre-roll's on. I'm going to make a quick recording, and I want this to just be like a floating harp part that covers a lot of space, and I am going to take absolute, like, extreme advantage of the what do you call it, the key snap here. So that went really poorly. I just sort of started guessing with the notes, and what I'm going to do is quantize this, fix the overlaps. There's like an overlap here. Get rid of all these overlaps. What is this mess? Do that. Absolute mess. Fantastic. Beautiful, beautiful, absolute mess. Key snap on, C natural minor. And now we have this beautiful harp part. Okay, that should have been here. So that's the kind of shape that I was imagining, and I'm gonna just, I don't like these notes. I think I would have to do it again, but I'm gonna just play it back from before that and see if I like this transition at all before I focus on the actual notes. Because I'm not sold on it, but I won't know if I like the concept of it until I hear something like it. Percussion wants to send me a 4-track to do it properly. I think I like the idea enough to do it. I'll show you quickly what the arpeggiator would do. Basically, you would put the arpeggiator before your plugin and your signal chain, and you hold down notes on the keyboard and it plays them automatically. And you get that kind of a sound, like a sort of like a inhumanly perfect arpeggio. So, I mean, let's just hear it with that real fast and see if that sounds good. Maybe it's cool enough to do. The problem with it is that so anyway, you'd have to turn it on and off between things. I'm not going to go into how you do that. It's not super hard to do. Basically, you could go into the automation and automate the bypass, so you just turn it off. But I'm not going to do it this way. I'll show you another way of doing it, which is a bit more customizable, which I like. Which is I'm control clicking in here, hold control or command on a Mac, click and drag to make a new item, and then just drawing the notes in. So figure out what notes you want. Key snap, C natural minor. Make sure they all sound good, right? And find a pattern that you like and copy it around. I don't know why that didn't work. Okay, let's hear that. So you can end up with something like that, sort of similar to the inhuman arpeggio. If we wanted to, we could make this faster. So like you could change this value to 16th note, which is going to make them give us twice as many grid spaces. Make it sound like an old video game by doing like something like this, actually. You could do all kinds of things with it. And another option would be to switch into triplet mode, which is going to make these groups of 3 instead of groups of 2. So you can get kind of a nice sound that way. Like that. I actually like that. I'm going to do it. So we'll do 8th note triplet grid, starting on that C. And we'll just duplicate that a few times. And see how that sounds coming out of this part. And I want to choose different notes once this chord changes because it sounds good, but this chord change is making me want the notes in this arpeggio to match. And to do that, I'm just going to look in here and see, like, what notes do I have, right? I've got that A flat. Again, you can see that monitored right here, what note you're on if you don't know your keyboard. And I think what's going on here is, you can see that there's a note right next to A flat that happens a few times in the arpeggio. So that sounds a little bit better with that, I think. I don't think I like this note or that one too much either, so let's just try this. That sounds fine to me. And you see how this moves up? Sometimes we can find a good note if we just like move up with it. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then the last chord is the same. Well, one part of it is, so. That one is going to match our second chord here. So grab that. And there we have it. A little arpeggio that sounds kind of cool, I think, but who knows? Maybe it won't. Let's hear it in context. Arp of the harp. And Percussion says, reminds you of something depressive silence would do. That's a compliment. Okay, that feels like it could be the end of the song. I want this to stop. Yeah, I want that to stop, but I actually do want this to have like a last note. Yeah, that's fine actually. Let's do that. I want it to be less extreme. I'm gonna try cutting that octave up. I'm going to try without the chords, just make this sort of fade out naturally. I was missing a chord there somewhere. And then ending it on that chord we started on. Okay, and that feels like a pretty decent ending for the track, I think. Again, this is one of those things where we really just have to listen to the whole thing. So this is sort of like the 4-minute break from the track. I'm gonna mark the big changes. This is the octave up coming in. Yeah, this is the next big change. Okay, so those are the big changes in the track, in the structure. And before I play it back, I'm gonna do a quick, gentle bit of mixing. I'm going to put an EQ on this track. I'm putting it before the reverb here. Make sure you put it after the VST, otherwise it won't affect it. And what I want to do here is to make sure this is taking up less space in the low end. I noticed that like it almost doesn't sound like the song drops off. And I want to take some of the low end out of the harp as well, the same way. And I think I can actually turn the bass back up. I turned it down earlier, but I think I want more of it again. Okay. Cool, that sounds pretty good to me. Okay, let's listen to it from the beginning. And I'm actually going to turn my mic off so we can listen to the song uninterrupted for now. Okay, I made a hilarious mistake. Well, I guess it wasn't totally a mistake. It's something that I should have done in the interest of time. Um, but I'll get to what that was in a moment. I think that this is affected by velocity. Yeah, that last note seemed really loud. Yeah, turning that down. The harp seems kind of loud. I'm going to turn the harp down a tiny bit, just a little bit. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and otherwise I'm relatively happy with the way everything sounds on the track. And my next step is going to be to do that sort of like bounce down, mix down thing that I mentioned quite a while ago, where I'm going to sort of treat this like it's a tape recorder and mix this down, call it like done, and then start a new track with this as the backing track essentially. And that forces me to commit to the sound I've got. So I can't change any of this, which gives us more of that demo feel overall by the end of it. And it also forces us to be creative when we add more things to it. And I want to add another melody instrument to create more counter melodies. I want to add, as Percussion mentioned actually in the chat, I think that I want to add some type of background ambience as well. Maybe the sound of crashing waves, something like that. But I haven't decided exactly yet. I think that's going to be the last step. And I also want to add some percussion sounds that are going to be a little bit more to make bigger accents and possibly to drive the rhythm forward in some sections. The one thing I want to do before committing, I think, is I miss this part. This chord progression here never happens again in the song, and I want it to happen again somewhere in the song. So I think what I'm going to do is do it here. So copy that, and I'll just have it happen one more time. Right. Actually, I like that a lot. Maybe instead of this little octave thing. So right here. Okay, I think I like that. Just the idea of having that be echoed one more time in the song. The velocity of one of these notes is, I think, triggering. Oh, no, it's probably aftertouch. Channel pressure, yeah. Yeah, so you'll notice that sometimes these sounds will do this thing. And when I squeeze down on my keyboard after I play a key, that's creating what's called a channel pressure modulation. And we can see when it happens here, but I don't want it at all in this section, so I'm just going to delete all that. Sounds kind of nice in the other spots where it's happened, but that just, it was too much in that spot, in my opinion. Okay, fantastic. So the next step here is my bathroom break for the day. Not for the whole day, but for, you know what I mean. What we need to do then is to create our like second tape recorder. And that's going to take our, well, I guess I'm going to make it smaller so I don't cover it up. And this is going to be our tape recorder. And record the output. What am I doing here? Just here. Let's actually look at it. Tape recorder, going to be in record mode, output. Let's actually do it in mono. It's going to squish out a lot of the joy that we're getting from the reverb, but we can always add that back in later. And I think that the one of the things that we're sort of missing in computer recordings is that the wonder that we get from having to work around problems with analog equipment. And it's really easy to just say like, oh, this is the right way of doing it. This is the best way of doing it. So we'll do it that way because we have the tools to, maybe our DAW, whatever it is. And I think that it's really important to sometimes think about how would I do this if I didn't have access to all of this modern equipment? How would I do it like the old fashioned way? So the old way is, it sometimes ends up being like a mono recording on a tape recorder, and all that beautiful stereo echo and delay and stuff like that and reverb goes away. And what we're going to do here is let's record this in mono from I'm going to make another track here. I'm going to color code all of these. That's a custom action. Again, if you wanted to, you could go right click, track color. And I'm going to call this tape output or tape style output. Okay. And all of these things can get dragged into this as a folder. And this one, we can drag routing as this is like the output cable. You can see it turns into a little cable image to the tape recorder. We're not going to send any MIDI, just audio. And if we record arm this track, I'm going to mute it so it doesn't play twice. And we record anywhere in the track. This doesn't work. Why does it not work? Oh, let's try that. Oh, it's on pre-roll mode. My bad. Let's go back to that same mode. Record output mono. Okay, so it needs to be unmuted for whatever reason. I think I can just remove the master synth to do that. If you wanted for any reason to make stuff stop going out of your speakers, there's rarely a reason for this, but sometimes there is, like right now when you're streaming and showing someone how to do it and you don't want it to play back twice, you can bypass master send, which is what I did there. It's alt click on the routing, if that matters to you. So that should let me do that without, yeah, okay. And you see this mono audio here. So I'm gonna just do that much of it, drag it over here, turn the master send back on, and let's listen to that. So that's a mono version of the track. I think it sounds awesome. It takes out some of the width of it and leaves a lot of space for more. And the next step here is to record the output. So I'm going to turn that off so we can listen to it, or you can listen to it while I go refill my water and take a quick bathroom break. And I'll be back probably for another hour or two. I'm going to do this track as like a, from concept to release all in one video, because I do all my stuff in episodes usually, and I thought it would be cool to have one thing like this on my channel at the very least. So I'm going to turn my microphone off and hit record, and we're going to see the track record. Saving before I do that. Okay, I'm back, and I thought, you know, like, why not have like a costume change for our live stream? Seems like a good thing to do, right? So now I'm gonna overheat myself in this hood. We've got this now. We've got the track, and this is gonna be our new starting point. So I'm gonna turn the record arm off of that. I'm gonna mute this track, and I am going to, essentially what you do is you overwrite something here. I'm going to make 4 new tracks. And I'm going to color code them in some way. I don't know. Put this on one of them. Take these tracks, the original song, mute them all, and bypass all the plugins on them, and sort of throw them away down here. This is also would be a great place to do like a save as, and you know, I would do that on a different day if I hadn't already done it like this. So I'm gonna put these all in here now, and this is gonna be our track now. So this first track is backing track. And then these will be, you know, for us to do what we please with them. And ideally, if we play this back, it just sounds like the song in mono. Cool. Sounds great. Amazing. Okay, and who's still here? Percussion still here. Watch Buffy. Hi. Geo Pon. Greetings from Athens, Greece. Marcius. Nice to see you in here. And welcome all. Let me see here. I want to make sure that our, I'm going to put my voiceover track at the bottom as well so that the song is visible. Looks like it is. Okay, we can see everything in these tracks. I want to make sure that my keyboard and stuff isn't covering everything up. I've been trying to find blank places in Reaper. You know what I should do? You don't need to see the clock at the bottom. Let's actually put me, oh, that's kind of weird, I guess. I shouldn't have done that. I regret everything. I'm gonna leave myself here. Okay, and make this take up the right amount of space. Okay, that's perfect. Fantastic. Okay. I want to add some more percussion sounds. So I want percussion. And I'm going to continue using the sound font player for that. What's it called? It's Versando. Bringing a new instance of Versando in. Haven't done this in like 2 hours, right? I'm going to find like a drum kit or something. I want cymbals and I want other random drum sounds. So I'm sure there's one of these that has a bunch of drums in it. Probably, maybe. Drum. Choir. I should have put a choir in here. Oh, there's so much stuff. There's an effects 6 goblins. I'm going to do that. I have no idea why that's called goblins. Maybe it's from like one of those ghosts and goblin games. If it's in fact a Super Nintendo sound. Okay. Kalimba, steel drum, woodblock, taiko drum, melodic tom, synth drum, reverse cymbal, guitar fret noise, seashore. That might have an effect that we like. Helicopter, applause gunshot. Wow, I didn't see any drums. Like drum kit sound. So let's just do okay. This is going to be great. This is a great cymbal sound. Reverse cymbal. I'm going to just record it real quick. in a couple of places. And record output. And get rid of that. I'll change the sound here in a little bit. And get rid of this routing. So what I'm just doing there is recording these sounds real quick. And I'm going to right click on it, reverse item take, and I'm going to crop that to active take. So it's not bothering me. I don't, it's in this menu somewhere. It's Alt-Shift-T. So I found a reverse symbol, but I couldn't find a normal symbol. So I just reversed the reverse symbols. And now I've got these items, which I can place. This is essentially the equivalent of cutting pieces of tape, which is gross. Hopefully you never have to do that for real. I'm gonna make this kind of big so that I can edit the waveform. I also have my peaks colored in. Those aren't like that by default. So that's called spectral peaks is the option, in case you're wondering. Okay, those sound really good. Now these symbols need to be placed in the song. Probably at big changes. I like the second one the most. I'm actually going to leave these other ones over on the side and just bring the second one around to places where it might sound good. Awesome, that sounds great. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this for now and add a reverb again. And again, we're using the Valhalla Supermassive, which is a nice free reverb. Just a small reverb should be fine. Let's hear that. That doesn't last long enough. I want it to be a longer one. Reverbs, medium. That's cool. I feel like it's too much of it though. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's a perfect kind of a thing. I'm gonna find places where I want that. Probably at the big transitions. I'll actually do it with different ones. I'm using Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V there. I kind of like that high-pitched one for the place where it gets. Okay, and then I'm going to use the low-pitched one for that. More like a gong. Okay, and I'm going to use this one again for this spot here, I think. Okay, those sound good to me. Awesome. And maybe right there, I want a symbol as well. Oh. On that bass entrance. I want the lower one. Oh. There it is, okay. Right there too. Cool. Okay, that's my cymbal placements. And now I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna highlight this whole track basically, and right-click on marquee around all of this, and Ctrl+Shift+G, which is glue within time selection. So glue items within time selection here, and that's just gonna make a track with just that. And I'm gonna essentially forget about that. Aside from the fact that I want this reverb on the track where they are. Whoops, whatever. So here, I'm just gonna paste that there. You can cut and paste your effects. And I'm gonna put this down here. It should sound the same, so I'm gonna double check it. Cool, okay, perfect. So this is gonna be cymbals. And I'm gonna come back to this track, bring back that percussion instance, and I'm gonna make some more samples out of Sforzando. So let's find a cool drum sound. I feel like I must have missed something in here. There's gotta be a drum kit, right? I'm gonna look again as I go. Timpani, pit strings, choir, tuba. Maybe there isn't. There are some toms and things I saw, so. I wanna hear the taiko also. I saw taiko on here somewhere. Taiko. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so the taiko, I'm gonna just come up with some. Come up with some places where I want some drum hits. Okay, so that is going to be my pattern that I use. This is still set to channel pressure, so I'm going to set it back to velocity and quantize those. I still have it set to triplet, so I'm going to turn it off of triplet mode, quantize again. Okay, that looks right. Those sound cool. It's a bit quiet. Okay, and now with this, I'm going to lock that into the space here, and I'm going to have that be an option. I think I'm going to bring it back later in the song. Okay. So I'm going to just have these drum things happen twice in the song. And I think they sound pretty good. I might throw on a little bit of EQ or something like that. So again, I don't want these to take up too much space in the low end. And I'm looking at this frequency graph here, and I'm trying to identify places where the drums are extra loud. This one sounds like it's got some kind of a smacking sound, like the stick hitting the skin of the drum. And I want to try to find that and amplify it. I think it's around here. I don't like it. Let's try up here. Yeah, it sounds good the way it is without the boost. So I'm just going to cut that low end. And again, basically just taking this and we're going to do that same applying the effects and turning it into audio items. I actually have a shortcut to do that up here in my custom button. So I'm going to just use that and Alt-Shift-T. And now this is drums. Cool. And I've got a couple of spots where there's drums now. Again, I'm going to do Ctrl-Shift-G to make that into a item that lasts the whole time. And that's I'm pretty happy with that for the percussion. I might do. I like that drum a lot, actually. I'm going to slice that one drum out, and I'm going to copy that onto places with big cymbal hits. So that's going to accent the cymbal a little bit, a little fade in there. Okay. Oh gosh, what have I done? Zoomed in on the wrong spot. And I think there's one more at the end of the song there, so let me just grab that real quick. Okay, cool. Now I have drums and cymbals. I'm actually gonna leave no reverb on the drums. And all of that stuff, I'm going to actually probably bounce down to another track again. So I can do that. Well, actually, let's just do that. And we'll record the output of them onto this track. And that's going to take a few minutes if I do this every time. I don't want to do this every time. So actually, we'll do it the cheating way, and we'll sort of hold off on doing this. And we're going to. I also got rid of the EQ on that, didn't I? Go ahead and make the next thing. I wanted a flute, so we're going to go in and make a flute for Sando. And let's go ahead and choose flute. I'm sure there's a flute in here somewhere, right? It's gotta be. Flute. Cool. Okay, and now what we're going to do is I'm going to do a pass of the whole song, recording the flute. And I'm going to do that tape recorder thing where I'm recording the output of the cymbals and the drums while I do my flute pass. So record output here, here, and bypass the master send. Cool. And I'm going to just double check to make sure that's working. Cool, it is. Okay, and now when I can record the flute part at the same time that I do that that overdub thing where I'm essentially baking these two down to one track. Fantastic. So the flute is going to be MIDI though, so that means that I can essentially correct the notes later. But I'm going to do a simple pass of the flute and just get a feel for what I want that to sound like. Percussion asks if I can not just export the specific tracks, and I can. I just want to do it like very much like tape recorder style. So I'm doing it this way because I think it looks cool and it's fun. It also sort of forces you to commit harder. Like if you let your computer work at your computer's speed, it's easy to get decision paralysis because you can just try everything. And I find that if I wait like 4 minutes, if I'm forced to like wait 4 minutes for something, I am more likely to make a good decision on my first time. So that's my move here. I think that I cannot undersell or understate the value of essentially forcing limitations on yourself. Like if you could do anything, there wouldn't be a reason to. And let's just turn that off. And I'm just going to start a recording here. And start adding some flute parts. I just noticed that this is sending output also, so I'm going to delete that send. Almost. Okay, cool. So now we've got our cymbals and drums baked down to our tape recorder track. And we've got this flute track sort of ready to go. So what I'm going to do now is essentially grab these cymbals and drums and pull them down here to my graveyard of new tracks, mute them, and forget about them. I guess I should probably name them. So cymbals, drums. And I can take this tape recorder track and pull that onto a percussion track. Take the arm off, drag it up here. And I'm going to put that next to my backing track and mix these together because I think it's too loud. So if I play these soloed, just turning it down a little bit. And now the flute track is going to get the, select all, quantize, and possibly key snap treatment. Let's just give it a quick whirl. I think there were some spots that I didn't like. I thought I came in too early there. And now that the notes should be roughly matching up with the grid, I am adding a reverb to them. So let's go back here and call it, we'll try one and see what it sounds like. Sounds really nice. Okay, let's hear and edit as we go. Sounds good so far. So I think what happened here is that I played something that was faster than my grid. And we can always make the quantize catch that by setting the quantize settings differently. But I don't like doing that unless I'm very sure of myself in the part that I'm playing, because it'll just completely recreate all my mistakes. Should have a breath. Noticing that this has a lot more low end than it needs. I don't like that note. Make that one longer. So as I was improvising along with that, I was trying to use a lot of the same phrases that like and staying in scale, playing, starting on the similar beats. So trying to, at the beginning of the song, I wasn't starting any measures with the flute until like here. This is the first time that I'm like accenting the first beat. So right here, there's a little mistake that got highlighted. Again, should have been faster. We can just fix that manually. I really like that phrase. I'm gonna skip ahead to hear this one. I kind of want that to happen again. I wasn't sure about this thing at the end here. Let's hear it. No. I think I want to leave that alone. I think I'm gonna have that be by itself and then have this happen alone. Okay, I'm happy with that part. And I'm happy with the percussion part. And I wanna add one more piece to it before I render it again, essentially. And that piece that I'm gonna add is another melody instrument. I want to kind of make this a relatively busy track, actually. So let's go ahead and slap on another instance of sforzando and pick another sound. I think that we could do like a violin or something, or we could do something like a maybe just a synth. Synth brass. What does that sound like? Let's try one of the more like trumpety sounds. I like that. It sounds more like an oboe than a French horn, but I think it sounds cool. Let's call that horn. And let's get rid of these routings. I want to make sure I'm not like accidentally doing some weird stuff with the routings. Delete you. Okay. And by playing along with this again, we can find places this time, now that I can see my arrangement better, where the horn should play. And I kind of want the horn to fill in spaces where the flute isn't playing very much. Like, so these gaps almost for sure. And also playing along in the louder parts. So this section and this section are going to end up feeling quite a bit louder, I think. So I think I'm going to try to start the French horn somewhere in here. Maybe right there. So let's go ahead and go for it. I didn't like that part at all. I'm gonna stop the recording there. Made a couple of miserable mistakes. I like forgot where a chord change happened and did some really bad stuff. Right here though, I want to do something that I forgot to do. I had like an ending in mind there that I just didn't play for whatever reason. So let's go ahead and glue those together and go in here, grab all of it and quantize and figure out what on earth happened in that place where I played some really, I just like changed the key in my head or something. I don't know what happened. I'm also going to, I'm going to use the same reverb actually here. And a similar EQ, just to keep those out of the low end. And let's just go ahead and listen to these pieces and see if any of these excerpts feel good. And my idea here is that these will become panned to the sides. So I want this to be outline the chords better. That's cool. And to answer the question in the chat, what do we have here? Yeah, I forgot where a chord change happened, and I changed to the wrong. I was changing to what would have been the relative major, and I changed the relative major to the wrong key. Okay, skipping ahead. This is the problem here. So, I had this idea that was not what I wanted. And that was a call and response here. So like, something like that. So and I just like thought I was in a different register and key and everything. Not good. So I really like that thing in the flute, so I'm copying it in this other instrument. Get this part. Cool. Okay, I'm happy with that. And now we essentially have a relatively robust track. Trimming the edges off here. And what I want is to get all of this stuff mixed into this and to essentially render it again. And then the last pass, what I'm going to do, I think, is essentially a combination of like mastering, processing, and adding some sound effects. I want to put some kind of an ambiance in the background. And I haven't decided how to do that yet, but we'll get to it we'll get to it when we get there. We'll see. So at this point, I basically want to do the tape recorder thing again and record all 4 of these tracks to this one. But before doing that, I want to make sure I kind of mix it well. And since it's going to mono, I think what I'm going to do is experiment with separating it and panning the flute to one side and the horn to the other side. I want to see what that sounds like if I record that to mono here, because I'm actually not sure what to expect. Let's go ahead and route that and record output. And I'm going to just record a piece of it real quick to see what it sounds like. These are also way too loud. And the horn could use more high end. Just because it's playing mostly an octave below. Okay, and now what I want to do is just, for the experiment, let's just hear this and see what it sounds like bounce to mono. I need a master. Okay, it makes the flute and the horn really quiet sounding. I think that's just because panning has an effect on the perceived volume, and I think it's just cutting the volume in half, basically. It's not summing it. So let me just try that again and see what that sounds like with the volume up a bit. Okay, just hear that. Sounds pretty good. I'm going to do the panning a little bit less extreme. Let's go to something like 75% left and 75% right, something like that. That's not exact, but that's fine. And part of the reason for that is I want the reverb to bleed into itself on both sides. And I think that's going to be pretty good. So another thing that I want to do at this point is to start recreating the effect of tape machines upon tape machines. And I'm going to add saturation to each track. And this is going to sort of like increase the volume a little bit and start distorting it over time. It sort of like puts a timer on you. You can't do this these overdubs over and over and over again. Because over time it starts creating distortion. Another thing that I like kind of want to consider doing is adding some kind of like a flutter to the output. Let me just see what that sounds like. If I do like re-pitch, this is going to have a sort of an effect of the tape machine flutter, shift sense. So if I modulate this, I can create the feel of a tape machine in more ways than just the saturation. This is really like risky to actually mess with, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think that it sounds cool and it's going to be a fun experiment. So parameter modulation, and I'm going to choose LFO, which sounds, I just want to show you this first. It sounds hilarious. So we want this to be randomized, and we want it to be on sort of a random, like really low string. And there's a lot of reverb on this. I think the high end and the reverb is kind of overwhelming, so I'm gonna pull that down on both of those. 3,600, something about the same amount on each one. Okay, and now I'm gonna record the output again, and this time it's gonna be our second to last one. So I'm gonna save the project again and hit record. So Percussion asks, so if you were to pan something far left and far right and then put it into mono, would that make a different sound than if you just put it into mono? And what do you use it to do specifically? So like, I'm using it here sort of more to emulate the sound of essentially bouncing down a mix to mono. And in this case, it's really more of a volume adjustment, but it's the type of volume adjustment that's caused by panning that I want. And I haven't personally done like the calculations to measure that, but it really is pretty similar to a volume adjustment when you're squishing to mono. Another option I have here, actually, it's an option that I like more. I could... Shouldn't have done that. Let me hear this real quick. Yeah, I could just bounce the percussion down to the backing track and keep the flute and horn in stereo, and then essentially combine the backing track, including the percussion, with the noise channel. And that would be my 4 tracks. And I might do that. So that would involve just basically bouncing these down to a stereo track and bouncing these down to a mono track. Let's do that. Whatever. So tape recorder 2. And this time we are not doing it this way. I changed my mind. That's too much work. I'm going to do it the way I had it before. So in this case, I can actually just keep the recording going. Not a big deal. It should line up. And that'll be a really easy edit. And to answer that question, I don't think I've ever seen someone do this before. I thought you'd ask. Yeah. Nobody does that intentionally. I'm sort of doing it to recreate the fact that I don't have a tape recorder. So it's like using an analog machine forces you into certain limitations, and that's one of them. You know what else I can do here, actually, which is fun, is I can create little like warps. Like that. And those will all get baked into the recording. So I'm going to do those every once in a while. So I'm just adjusting the speed and strength to get that tape flutter effect. And I'm just doing it manually because I don't want it to be consistent. That's the big thing I hate about the automatic ones, is that they're generally going to create the same warble every time. So I'm just making different warps periodically. Okay, and so at the end, and I kind of like the idea of making it like warp down right at the end. Okay, cool. And I'm going to turn this back on to 0 strength because I don't want that to be happening when I don't want it to be happening. So here's my new track here. And basically, again, I can do this thing where I turn them all on mute, pull them all out of my way. And this is my old version. So if I wanted to come back and, you know, remaster this or remake it, I could do that. And now I can pretend like this is my tape recorder and I've got my tracks left, right? Let's color code them again. And this can be, oh, track 1. And there's an edit here. So we need to fix the edit. That sounds fine. I'm just going to glue that together. And now what we can do is create some type of sound design. Like there was an idea earlier in the chat about a waves crashing sound, and that's pretty close to what I was thinking of doing. Like a gusts of wind or a waves crashing kind of a thing would be cool. So I'm going to do a couple of things here now that I have all of my channels, and this is mono. And I'm going to do some stuff to re-stereoify it. And that's shift up and down, by the way, to change the waveform size. So now you have this type of stuff that happens when you would do those kinds of warps that just makes it really messed up sounding, like you did it on tape. And no one will ever know, except for everyone watching this. So let's call this backing track. And I'm going to do ambiance left, ambience right, and reverb. Yeah. Okay. So the reverb channel on this track is going to be a reverb, like a sort of a master reverb for the whole thing. And it's going to be just a copy of the backing track with 100% mix on the reverb. So let's go in here and go into Valhalla. Let's use the same one. And I'm going to choose a reverb setting. And let's pick something like that. Density, moderate, delay, warp. Mix is going to be on 100%, and feedback's going to be kind of low. And I'll solo the track so you can hear it. With the mix lower. I'm going to make it really wide. Okay. And I'm also going to take the low end out completely here. So I'm going to just have high mids and high end. And now when I combine that track with the first one, let me make sure everything else is muted. It is. It makes that mono track become suddenly really, really wide. I don't like how much delay it has though. So I'm going to say millisecond delay. And the idea here is to just make it more of a reverb. And then I can blend that into taste on my mixer. And that sort of re-stereoizes it. And yeah, low end and reverb, right? It's like, it sounds cool sometimes, but it's just kind of a lot. One other thing that I think is really cool, I've done it on some other streams, is adjusting the pitch of the track. Let me actually turn this off. And turning the whole thing down by 12 semitones, which again is 1 octave. And that I can actually turn up more. I think that actually sounds great. start filtering out the low end. And I'm actually gonna scoop out a little bit of the mid-range. And boost the high end a little bit. I just want to make sure this stands out. Okay, that's pretty cool. I could also do something like a automatic panning before the reverb. Which is going to give it more movement. And I'm going to do half and half with the reverb, with the pitch. So this control up here lets us adjust how much of the effect we're getting. That sounds cool. Okay, so that's going to be my starting point here. And then my left ambiance is going to be pound left, and my right ambiance is going to be panned right. And for these, I'm going to do some kind of like a wave crashing sound again. And what that's going to do is essentially just create sort of like a wash of background noise. I'm going to start by muting this track, and I recommend you do the same if you follow along, because the first step here is horrible. I'm going to add a pink noise generator, and a pink noise generator is going to be just a really, really loud, horrible sound. And I'm going to turn it down here, unmute, and turn back up. So you can hear that it's like, you could imagine that being really awful if it's loud. And pink noise sounds a lot like water. If you notice, it sounds like a mechanical spring running in your left headphone. So what we want to do is to find a way to adjust that over time. And in order to do that, we want to just change the way it sounds. And nothing better than an equalizer to change the way something sounds. So let me turn that back up a little bit. So that's this filter. I'm going to actually leave that on because I don't want that low end. And I'm going to turn on this other filter. And then this sounds like almost like waves crashing outside of the dungeon, like on the other side of the wall. So I want to essentially control this randomly to create the effect of a background ambience of water. So to do that, I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the pitch and control in the parameter modulation with an LFO. And the LFO is going to move at a very wide rate. This is a low frequency oscillator. So low frequency is 1, 2, 3. So that's very infrequent, which is what that low means in low frequency oscillator. Speed it up. Gets ridiculous. Set it centered so it's going to work around the range we were in. And turn the strength down. Turn the speed down a lot. And then instead of just having it work on a sine wave shape where it's going to be consistently frequent, we're going to set it to random. A little bit slower. So now it's sort of creating waves once in a while. And what I want to do here is do this on the right channel as well. And I'm going to make sure that these are turned to the same volume. This is set to -16. Again, we can right click on a fader and choose the value. So -16 on both sides. And I'm going to drag from the actual effects tab here down to ambiance right. And now it's going to be on both sides. The problem is it's using the same waveform on both sides. So on one side, I'm going to adjust the phase and have it start at a different time. Okay. And I'm going to create a send on these tracks to that reverb channel. So they're part of that reverb world. The one on the right is going too extreme, I think. Yeah, it's sort of bouncing around. I think that has to do with the phase, actually. Let me just see here. Parameter modulation. Ooh. Where are we here? This guy. I think that's causing it to jump when it's out of phase. I think I need the phase completely opposite. Otherwise it won't work. I'm going to let it run for a second and see if it gets high over here. Yeah. Nice. Okay. That sounds great. Okay. And it should be operating under the reverb as well. So here's what the track sounds like with that. And now we just need to turn up the ambiance level to taste. It sounds pretty good. Let's turn off all the ambiance. So that's what it was without. And then with. I think it's a nice, a really nice subtle change to the track. So. Percussion says, I guess that's what chorus is. Pitch shifting between samples. Yeah, chorus is that with a mix control, so, right? So it's like, it doesn't get the chorus effect unless it also has the dry signal, because the chorus effect is just wobbling around the dry signal. But yeah, it's a very similar kind of a thing. Hi, Davey. Tireless worker. Yeah, I guess so. What is this? Oh my God, the stream's been 3 hours and 40 minutes so far. Well, let's try to make it, I was trying to limit myself to 4 hours today. So we'll finish it up right now. I think we're gonna get to mastering. And I'm relatively happy with the way it all sounds actually right now, so. Cool. Hi, Martin. Martin says it sounds great, as DS should sound. I think it does sound, it sounds notably more Dungeon Synth than most of my stuff. I've sort of noticed that it definitely is sounding pretty authentic, especially with the tape warbles and stuff like that. It feels like a Dungeon Synth song. And I'm glad that it does, because otherwise I'd be embarrassed and change the thumbnail on the video. So, okay, our last step here is probably, I'm going to leave this instrumental. I thought about the idea of, adding some somewhere in the song, but I decided not to. I think that would take an extra hour if I want to add vocals to it, and I don't want to spend another hour on this today. For our output here, if this is going to be our sort of master bus, since I'm not using the actual master track on Reaper down here, well, yeah, we can do like one more render. Yeah, no, I'll do it on the master bus actually. Why not? There's no reason not to at this point. So I'm gonna start with an EQ. Pull out all of the bands that are in use, and then I'm gonna go into a I'm going to show you the effect of a compressor compared to a multiband compressor. We're going to use a limiter, and we're going to use another layer of saturation, just because that's that would happen again if we were doing this on tape. It would get like another stack of saturation. I feel like there's one other thing that I might want to try here. Whatever. So start with saturation. I'll give it another good 100% saturation stab. Then run into EQ. And the EQ I'm going to float. We can double click on a plugin to float it. Let's make that real big over here, so we can see our pink noise just making a mess of everything. I'm actually going to mute the ambiance, I think, temporarily. Oh, I've also got my microphone. That's the other reason why it's got so much. Never mind. Not going to mute the ambiance. I'm going to mute my microphone when I do the EQ. So I'll say what my move is, and then I will make the move. Let's do that. This limiter is going to show our track. Is it? Oh, it's off. So this is going to show our waveform as we go. Really good tool. This is actually new to Reaper, and if you followed me for a while, you've seen me use Isotope for limiting before, and I like Isotope's visual representation. So I'm really happy to see Reaper introduce something similar to that. And okay, so now the first thing I want to do here is get my voiceover out of the way so I can mute it. Check. Okay, it's working. The mute works. And I'm going to look for resonant frequencies. I'm going to look for places that are overrepresented in my EQ curve as the track plays back. And I'm going to cut in those places. I'm also going to look for places that are underrepresented, especially in the mid-range, and boost that. And I'm also going to be careful that I'm not overrepresenting the high or low end, especially because I want sort of a lo-fi sound. So I'm probably going to roll off the high end a tiny bit. So that's what I'm looking for here. And I'm going to turn my mic back on if I feel like I need to say something out loud. But for now, I'm going to play the track back and turn my mic off and explore the EQ. Back on to identify something that I'm seeing as a bit of a problem here. Oh, my voiceover was the reason I wasn't going to do this, because this is all affecting my voice now. So the delay that you're hearing, if there is a delay, is caused by the limiter. So I'm going to turn that off temporarily. And I'm doing a little bit of a gentle boost here, which is affecting my voice. Change my mind. I'm going to do this on the tape style output here. So now it should be on the song, but not my voice. I knew there was a reason for that. Okay. And I've got a little bit of a gentle cut up here at the top and a boost just below it. I'm boosting it around 10K with it. And what that's doing is like, softening it up a bit, but keeping my favorite part, which is this 8 to 10K range. I love the way that sounds when it's there. But the reason I turned my mic back on initially was because I'm identifying something in this sort of like low and mid-range here. And what a lot of people think of as sort of like the boxy frequency range. So this 400 or 500 hertz boost and cut that I'm about to do with my mic off represents what a lot of people describe as boxiness. And I think this track has too much of it. And I think that's the result of layering stuff on top of itself and bouncing down to mono over and over again. So I'm going to make a cut here in my final product, but I'm going to boost it as well so you can hear what I'm talking about. Okay, muting my voice. Okay, and that's where I'm going to leave it right around there. I made a little bit of a shelf down here to clean up the low end, and I'm boosting just above it. These are pretty extreme moves, but I kind of like that you can hear the difference. I think that a lot of mastering moves end up being really, really subtle. And when you're starting out, it's really, really important to make sweeping moves, like giant moves, to get a feel for what that frequency range sounds like. And my goal here is to make the track sound a little bit less like in your face. A lot of pop, hip hop, metal mixes, basically genres that are trying to sound loud, will have a very pronounced mid-range, and that makes this song sound like it's right in front of you. And I want this to sound a little bit further away, so I'm going to keep that a bit lower. Now I want to explore the compressors. So this compressor, my default setting is very, very, very subtle. It's probably not even hitting it. Oh, it's barely touching it. So I like to drag this down to see what it's doing. I like using a slower attack compressor too. The attack is how long it takes before the compressor starts turning down. So a slower attack is going to let percussive elements through, where a faster attack will turn those down as well. So a compressor does this to the whole song, whereas a multi-band compressor does it to parts of the song differently. I have auto makeup gain on these. So auto makeup gain would turn it back up by the same amount, so. I think that the multi-band compressors almost always end up sounding much more aggressive. I could kill a lot of the mid-range though. I actually kind of like that. And what we can also do with these compressors is blend them with the dry signal, which you can do on this control here, the blend control. I actually like that. I'm going to leave it. Leave it with that one off. And finally, we're going to use a limiter to get it to the output volume that we are desiring. I'm going to set my brick wall limit, which is the highest I can get, to -1 decibel, which means that we're not going to get any extra distortion from the DAW, the digital distortion, which is generally going to be undesirable. And then this is essentially how much we reduce the dynamic range by. And the dynamic range in this case is going to refer to the difference between the volume of the loudest sound from the volume of the quietest sound. So essentially, as we turn this control down, what that will do is essentially reduce the distance between the quietest sound and the loudest sound. And it does that basically in this case by turning the track up until the loudest parts hit our brick wall ceiling of -1 decibel. So it's going to basically just do like up, 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 and then the ceiling stops, but the bottom keeps moving until eventually it's a square wave of distortion. So we would never get it that loud. And down here we have metering, which is represented in this case in sustained LUFS, which is not the default setting here. A right click on the meter down here will let us change from things like peak metering to loudness metering. And loudness metering is great because it shows you like the average volume of your track over time. And I don't want to go past, say, like -14 as our sustained LUFS level. And for more ambient styles of music, like if this was a track without percussion, I would be aiming much lower, like -20 to -18, something like that. So let's just take a look at this, and I'll need to turn my voice off because my voice and also the ambient sound of my room here will be included in this rating. So I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to turn the limiter on and try to get it so that in the louder parts of the track it's close to -14, and in the quieter parts maybe it's lower than that. So let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm ending up with the threshold at just -2 right now. And I've turned it off again because it will cause latency in my microphone when I'm talking to you in the stream. But that's basically going to be my last step here. And the last piece after that is to essentially render it out. Because we have effects that are sort of running in real time here, namely the randomization on the ambiance, I am going to do a real-time bounce. And because I'm doing a real-time bounce, I might as well do a little bit more tape wobble, just to give the impression of bouncing down to tape more than once. So let's set up that tape wobble. And that will be shift in sense and parameter modulation, which is appearing off screen for me. And that'll be centered, random, at a very low strength. And let me just double check that to make sure it sounds fine. Cool. Okay, and now this I can adjust over as we play back to create those tape wobbles again. Okay, and now we need to take my tape recorder track here and record the output. And this will be our last render before we get to the final master, which would be the one that you'd put on like Bandcamp or somewhere like that. So we'll get to listen to the whole track. I'm actually going to start the track late because I want to have time to fade the track in naturally. And to do that, we are going to, I think we're just going to do it with this fader here. Yeah. So I'll just slowly fade this in to 0. I don't like that at all. Okay, we're going to do that automatically. So volume automation. Yeah, we're going to do something like that, with the last step being right before it starts, and delete those. So this hopefully will sound pretty normal. Let me hear it. I like that. That's good enough for me. And I'm going to do that again at the end, just because I don't trust myself to do it for real. So that'll work. Okay, great. Sweet. So now we have our track and it should record fine, and we should be able to have our little tape wobbles that we're throwing in there. We can get kind of creative with them. I actually want to hear what it sounds like if I do it really strong at first and pull it down. That's actually fine. What if I do this? Okay, too much. Okay, cool. I'll just do somewhere in the middle. And this is supposed to record. And this time, the last one I'm going to record down to stereo. I'm basically going to take all these tracks and say, like, since this is the last time, we're in a mastering studio now. We not really a mastering studio, but we have access to compressors and things. I'm imagining that we like took it to our friend's house and we get to be stereo on the final track. So that's my my imagination playing here. All right, so hit record and get ready to turn strength down. I forgot to turn the limiter on. Got to start over. Control almost feels like a mod wheel. Really exaggerating that tape speed effect at the end. And I also consider taking this, and at this point I'm going to solo this track because it's the only channel I'm actually using. And I can bypass all these effects. Okay. And I'll turn back on the master send. Did I mess up? I did. I messed up. What did I do? No! I did all that work and I had it set to mono still. Shoot. Record output. That needed to be stereo. My bad. I would have to do that again if I wanted to do that again. And I really like those effects. That's really sad. Sorry for wasting your time. Let's go. Parameter modulation. Strength down, centered. Okay, record that. I'm gonna do a quick test and make sure that I have the settings right. That should sound normal now. Yep, okay. God. Rookie mistake. Okay, let's do that again. And take 2. Limiter is on, saturation's on, pitch is on. Okay, let's go. Double volume mode. Okay. That better have worked. And if it didn't, I'm just going to do it the modern way. So theoretically, the output here, if I solo it, should sound like the track. It's clipping, apparently. What's going on there? Okay, fantastic. That looks right. And now I'm going to just create new bounds over here and put little fades at the beginning and end just to make sure I grab them. Make sure I'm happy with that. Let's make that a little bit shorter. Something like that. And cool. Okay, I think that's good. And then this ends up being the final master here. I'm going to throw on, just as insurance, a limiter again. I'll just put this on and set this to -0.1. And I'll set the threshold to 0. So it shouldn't actually change the track, but that's just to stop it from hard clipping if it gets to that point. And now this part right here gets rendered. And this song, I named it The Overwhelming Catastrophe, so it gets called that. I'm going to put it on the desktop, I guess. I'm in 48, so I'm going to render to 48. And I'm going to make an MP3 and a WAV file, because I like having an MP3 for myself. The WAV file is what you'd put on Bandcamp, SoundCloud, YouTube, whatever else. And this should now be able to do an offline bounce of the time selection of the project. So that should be this area. And since there aren't really any, there's not much going on in terms of active plugins here. It should be pretty quick. So let's render 2 files. Oh, let's dither them. Why not? Yeah. I need to look up the difference in dither and noise shape because I thought those were the same thing. Okay, fantastic. And now that should be it. So let me just take a look at what that track looks like. If I bring it in as a WAV file here, it should look pretty much the same. It's slightly different. It's got the dither and noise shape going, and it's got the extra limiter that shouldn't be doing much. Yep, there it is. And this file here that is on my desktop now is the file that would be delivered to a tape replication plant, or if you were dubbing your own tape from a digital file, this is the file that you would do that with. This is also the file that would go on Bandcamp or SoundCloud or YouTube or any other format. So this, at this point, is completely done. And I have made other videos on putting stuff up on Bandcamp or putting stuff up on the internet. I don't want to do that in this video. That will add a bunch of extra time. I also don't have art for this track yet, so maybe I'll do that in the future. I'll keep an eye out for it, and I'll put it on as its own video. Maybe I'll make a little animation for it or something. But that's it. That's making Dungeon Synth start to finish. So that's like the full process, really. Including the stuff that I've done off camera or edited out of my other series. And I thought this would be a really good thing to have on the channel, just to point out to people that want the more serious approach, where it's like, let's actually do it instead of let's do a tutorial on how to do it. So I wanted to show like the process for like legitimately making a track front to back without making any cuts or edits or anything like that. And I wanted to do that as one video instead of a series of live streams. So if anyone makes it this far, like seriously, like high five. Thanks for watching. And I look forward to hearing what you make with it. This process works with really any software instruments or hardware instruments. The cool thing about treating it this way and treating it like audio is that it works the same way as if you recorded your like physical synthesizer. So that's always kind of a nice plus to be able to work with audio or MIDI. And then you could do this with samplers and things like that too. There's just an infinite amount of possibilities for ways to get these sounds, and I think that it's super fun once you get it going, and once you get a workflow down, and you can make a track and make a track and explain what you were doing the whole time. In what is this? How long have I been streaming here? 4 hours and 19 minutes. Yeah. Let's just cut the stream off at exactly 4:20. So thanks a lot for watching. I appreciate the support, and I'll see you next time. I look forward to hearing your music.